Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are gonna build full stack task management project using React.js and Spring Boot with microservices architecture. Yes guys, first time we are gonna use microservices architecture in our project. That means we have a separate project for user service, we have a separate project for task service, and we have a separate project for submission service. Also, we have a gateway project and Eureka server as well. Okay, so guys, first let's see the demo. After the demo, I will let you know all the technologies we are going to use in this project, and also I will explain a little bit about microservices with monolithic architecture, why we need microservices instead of monolithic in the production mode. Okay, so guys, let's see the demo first, what we are gonna build in this project. So let me explain first flow. So guys, our flow is simple. We have a two role in this our project, admin role and user role. So admin can create new task and assign to the user, and now user can submit that task after completing, and now user have the ability to see all the submissions of a user and check if all things are good, then he can accept the task or decline the task. Okay, that's it. So that's the flow of our project. Now let's see the demo, then you can understand better. So first you can see guys, I am logged in with Anjali's account who have a admin role. So first now let me log out. From here you can sign in, and if you don't have account then you can sign up as well. So let me click here and so this as well. So here you need to give your name, email, role and password, then you can register. But if you have already account, then you can sign in as well. Okay, so guys, you can see this effect as well. Okay, we are gonna build this beautiful login page in our project as well. Now let me give you the email. Also guys, we have a validation in this, so you can see that please enter a valid email address. If I didn't write anything, you can see email is required. Okay, so yeah, we have a validation also. Now let me logged in with Anjali's account. So anjali@gmail.com. Then here I need to give password. So let me give password and let's logged in. Okay, you can see I am logged in successfully, and now guys, I can create new task. So let me click on create new task. First I will give here a title. So I will give create music website. Okay, and need to give image. So let's go to here and search for music, and let's copy this image address. So copy image address, let's go to here, paste it over here. Then description, here we need to write something about our project. So let's say use latest technology for this project. Also you can see that also use microservices. Okay, and inside tag guys, we need to give what are the tech stack you want to use for this project. So let's say I want to use Angular as a front end, then Spring Boot as a backend. Okay, if any other framework you want to use like Python, Node.js, you can use that as well, because we have a microservices architecture. So you can create your project in separate frameworks. You don't need to create all the services in only one framework. Okay, like Spring Boot. Maybe you can create your user service in Node.js, task service in Python, and submission service in Spring Boot. You can do like this as well. Okay, but for now this project guys, we are gonna use only Spring Boot. In the future we will make a project like this. Will use different services for different Microservice. I mean, will use different frameworks for different services. Okay, but for this project we'll use only Spring Boot framework for all the services. And from here guys, you can set the deadline as well, and let's create. Now let me go down, and here you can see create music, use the latest technology for this project, also use microservices. Our task is created guys here, and you can see we have given two text tag like use Angular for front end and Spring Boot for backend. Okay, that are done. Now guys, after clicking on this three dot, here you can see assign user, see submissions. If you want to edit this task, you can edit this as well, and you can delete this task as well. So let's edit this task. So what I'm gonna do, I will go here and change the image of this project. So let me find yeah, let's use this copy image address. Let's go to here, and I will replace this with I guess yeah, this is the fine. Okay, also you can change the music I mean title and description as well. Also you can change this deadline as well. Okay, so now let's click on the update, and you can see our project is updated successfully. Our images change. Okay, and if you want to delete any project, you can do this as well, but for now I'm not gonna delete this project. What I'm gonna do is I will assign one user. So what I'm gonna do, I will assign to Ram. Okay, you can see second user we have Ram. All these user guys you will see here which are registered with your application. Okay, you will find all the users here. So now let me assign this task to Ram. So I need to create select, and so here you can see I am logged in with Ram's account, and here I have got this create music website. Okay, now let's go back to our admin's account and assign another task as well. So this, you can see this copies of website. First let me go to here and refresh it once. So you can see I have only one task in Ram's account, but let me assign one more task. So assign to user, and let's go to Ram. I have selected. Let's go to Ram's account. Not here. Let's refresh the page, and you can see now in the Ram's account he have a two pending tasks. Okay, one is copies of website, and second is create music website. All right. Now in the home you can see all the pending tasks, and inside done section you can see all the done tasks, okay, which are done. All right, now let's go to home page, and let's create let's go to GitHub, and let's go to my profile. Okay, let me copy this, and let's submit this task guys. Now what we are gonna do is submit the tasks. So user can click on the submit, and here write the description like this project is done. So project is done. Let's click on GitHub URL, and here we need to pass the URL of our repository in which we have complete this project. Okay, now let's create on the submit. So this task is submitted guys. Now let's go to admin's account. Here you can see, and let me first show you this first task. Okay, so in the C submission you can see the submissions, and here also you can see the submissions, and for this project you can see no submissions. Okay, this create e-commerce we don't have any submissions, Now let's go to here, like this create music. Ram have submitted this task, so let's say the submissions. So you can see the submissions, and clicking on that go to URL, you can go to that URL as well, which Ram have submitted. Okay, after checking the URL and repository code, he can decline the task, either he can accept the task. So let me accept the task. So you can see accepted, our status was changed. Now once I accept that submissions, what happen, our project status will be done. Okay, so let me refresh this project and let's go to here, let's go to done, and you can see in the done we have this create music website as well. Okay, and let's go to now Ram's account, and here now if I refresh, you can see I have only one pending task, because a create music task was accepted by admin, and now it's in the done category. All right, so yeah guys, this fantastic filter feature also we are gonna implement in our project. Now let's go to here. Also guys, we have assigned, like this task is assigned, not assigned. You can see this three tasks are still pending, which are not assigned to anyone, and this task is assigned. Okay, I hope I have covered all these things. Now let's go to our documentation and understand about a little bit about our project. Like these are the technologies guys we are going to use in our project. Spring Boot for backend, all our microservices we are going to build in Spring Boot. Then we are going to use MySQL as a database, React as a front-end library, Redux Slice we are going to Redux Toolkit, not Slice. Okay, sorry. So we are going to use Redux Toolkit for task management, then Tailwind css for CSS, and MUI for component library. Okay, now let's see the microservices with monolithic architecture. What is the difference between these two? Okay, so as you can see, imagine a big single and tightly connected building where everything is housed under one roof, like a giant shopping mall with all the stores and services located in one massive structure. You can see here big one mall. Okay, so different shops are in there, like clothing, grocery, then much more. Okay, you may understand. All the shops are located in this only one single shopping mall. The key point is in monolithic architecture, all the component of software applications are tightly integrated in a single unit. Okay, what do you mean by that? Like I have built this project using microservices, but imagine if we have built this project using monolithic, then we have all the services in one single project, like user service, task service, and submission service, and we have a relation between those services. That means let me show you in the code. Like let me go to first task service. Okay, and in the task service, let me show you the model. So here you can see we have a user ID, actually not here. Let's go to submission service. Okay, and in the model, you can see the user ID, like which user submitted this submission, and for which task this submission is, and see the task ID as well. And imagine guys, if we have built this project using monolithic, then we have a entity relationship here, like one to many, many to one, or one to one, like this. And if we give a relation like this, then our services are depends on each other. Let's say if our user service may go down, then our task service and submission service are will not work as well because our user service is down. And if submission models or submission service implementation or submission control have any problem, then also our whole application will be down, it will not work. But that's not the case with microservices. If our submission service is down, then our task service and user service will working fine because these are the separate project. Okay, and these services have a separate database. Okay, so these are the guys advantages of microservices. And now let's see the microservices. So picture of a bunch of smaller independent buildings that works together but are not physically connected. Okay, and think of a town where each shop, school and house is a separate building and they communicate and collaborate with each other like this. The key point is in microservice, different parts of software applications are deployed and deployed as a separate smaller services that they can operate independently. So let's go to here. So guys, this API gateway, submission service, task service and user service, all the services have their own database or have their own project. Okay, and this all the projects are different. We can deploy all this in a separate server as well. We don't need to separate in only one server. We can separate this, we can deploy this API gateway in different server. We can deploy this submission service in different server, and we can deploy this task service in different server. Okay, like this. So yeah, also guys, we have built all these services only using Spring Boot. But if you want, you can use user service building Node.js framework and task service using Python, maybe Django, or you can build a submission service using Spring Boot. Okay, so yeah, that ability you will get in microservices. You will now not dependent only one framework anymore. You can create your services in different framework as well. Okay, yeah guys, I guess that's enough for theoretical. Now let's jump into the project and let's create first our user service. Okay, now let's check Maven here, Java, then Spring Boot 3.2.1, then group com.jos here, artifact ID, task user service, name task user service, and description user service for task management project, and project package name com.jos. Packaging will be jar and 17 version. Okay, so guys, now we need to add some dependencies. You can see I have selected Spring Security, Lombok, Spring Boot Dev Tool, Eureka Discovery Client. Why we need Eureka Discovery Client? So guys, here you can see our all the services like user service, task service, submission service and gateway service are registered with the this Eureka server. Okay, so that's why we need that Eureka Discovery Client. So let's go to Spring Initializer again, and then we have a MySQL driver and data GPA. One more dependency we need, and that is nothing but Spring Web. So let's select the Spring Web, and yeah, now let's generate our project. So let me click here, and here I will save it. Let's go to here, let's open it, and let me extract all. and let's open with IntelliJ IDEA. Okay, so guys, if you don't have IntelliJ IDEA, you can download from the browser. Okay, it's a free tier. And now let's load the project. So after loading project, it will take some time, and then let's go to src main resources and this properties file. So let's refactor name from properties to YAML file. YAML file. Okay, I refactor it. So here guys, we need to give the port first. So spring dot or maybe application dot port, I guess. Name server dot port. Okay, server dot port I will give 501. Then we need to give application name. So spring dot application dot name, and name will be user service. So user service, user service. Okay, now we need to provide the MySQL driver class. So let's go to here, and this website spring.io guys. Inside spring.io you will get this configuration. Okay, so let me copy this and let's go to our project, and here I will define. Now let me comment it out all this, and what I'm gonna do, I will copy this first line, then you can see updated. Okay, auto DDL, control Z, update. Okay, like this. And then let's copy this as well. So you can see data source, then let's copy this, sorry, control Z, copy directly, let's paste it over here, and I need to remove this. Why it's giving like this? So let me fix this. Spring dot. Okay, wait, let's do one thing guys, not right by ourselves, but what we are gonna do is let's go to here, let's copy this, let's go to ChatGPT, and let's use ChatGPT convert this into YAML file. So yeah, now guys, ChatGPT will write code for us, then why we need to worries? Let's use this. Okay, simple. Remove this. So you can see JPA Hibernate DDL auto updated. So guys, whenever we will change any entity field, it will automatically update in our database. So that's why we need to give this auto updated. And in that data source, here we need to provide our MySQL database URL. So currently we are using localhost. Okay, and here we need to provide a database. So let me open my database, and so this one guys, I'm gonna use this database. If you don't have, you can create in your database, but I will use this IT task user service. And here we need to provide a username. So our username, local database username will be root, and my password is, let me provide here my password, 7090 and Ashok. So guys, don't use my password, use yours. Otherwise it will not work, because in your local machine your password will be different. And yeah, let me remove this. We don't need a JPA. So SQL true. All right, our configurations are done. Now what I'm gonna do is I will stop all my projects here. Okay, so let me stop this as well, this as well, and this as well. Now let's start my project. This start user, what it is asking for, enable logbook. Okay, so let's enable it. Okay, here you guys, you can see our project is running successfully, but we have this error like cannot execute request on any unknown server. So what we are gonna do is we will go to pom.xml, and here we are providing this Spring Cloud Starter Netflix Eureka client, but we are not giving any configuration like which server you should get connected. So we are not providing that configuration. That's why it's yelling on it on us. But what we are gonna do is we are gonna comment out this dependencies. Now you may have question like if you want to comment out this dependencies, then why you added it? So guys, we'll comment it out this dependency when we implement Eureka server. Okay, till now let it be commented, but when we implement the Eureka server, that time we'll comment it out. So now let me reload it, and let's refresh our project. Stop and refresh, and let's go to here. Yes, and also you can see our Spring Boot's default password is generated. Now let me close this, our configurations are done. And let's go to Java, and here let's create one package, new package, and I will give it name model, and let's create new class. So user, I will give it user, and I need to annotate it with entity, because it's gonna be our entity. No args constructor, all args constructor, and data for getter setter methods. So guys, since we are using logbook, we don't need to write getter setter and no args constructor and all args constructor manually. We can use just this annotation, and it will provide us getter setter methods and all args constructor and no args constructor as well, without writing any code. Now let me change the table name in our database. So for this we need to give here table name equal to, here I need to give users. So users, and first field we need is ID. So long ID, and we need to annotate with ID annotation. Also we need to provide it auto generated. So let's write here generated value, then strategy equal to generation type auto. Okay, then let's provide a password. Okay, then let's provide here string email. All right, now what I'm going to do is let's provide role, so it's gonna be also string, password, email, then role, and let's provide full name, string, and full name. Okay, now what we are gonna do is first guys, we are gonna complete our Spring Security's configuration, but before this we need the what we need. Let's create a configuration package first. Config. Okay, inside this config package will write all our files related configuration. So first application configurations means app config, you can say. Okay, so now what we are going to do is first we need to annotate this class with configuration, because it's our configuration class. Okay, now inside this we are going to use security filter chain method. So let's do this. Security filter chain. So security filter chain, then here we'll use HTTP security, HTTP security, and HTTP, and it will throws exception if any found. Now let's start. So HTTP dot session management, HTTP dot session management. So inside session management we need to provide management session creation policy, session creation policy. Inside the session creation policy we need to make it a stateless. So session creation policy stateless. Okay, and now guys, let me explain this one. What is the session creation policy stateless? So by default we can't now access any endpoint of our application. So let's localhost 541, it will ask us to first log in, and once we logged in it will store our credential in cookies in our browser. Okay, so that behavior happen by default by the Spring Security, but what we want that don't use your don't use your session creation policy. We will provide us like our means we'll use JWT token, and will store that JWT token in local storage, and will handle by ourselves, don't handle by your from your hands. Okay, we are telling that through Spring Security. So that's why we need to give a session creation policy stateless. Now what we are going to do is authorize requests. Okay, inside this authorize request we need to configure what are the endpoints we need to permit, and what are the endpoints should be private or maybe secure. So that information will or configuration will provide here. So let's write authorize. Authorize will use here lambda symbol, and then authorize dot request matchers. Here I will give API and star. Okay, and I will say it authenticated. So what do you mean by authenticated? So guys, by using this I'm telling all the endpoints which are starting for API, it should be authenticated. Okay, without JWT, it not should be accessible. And any other, now let me write here, any request, any other request should be permit all. Now any other request, we don't need any kind of security. Okay, so now guys, as I have given any request permit all other than API, other than which endpoint are starting from API slash. So because of this, now it won't give this login page. I mean, we can use this endpoint without providing any username and password. Okay, but let me first finish this, then I will show you. So here I need to add filter. Okay, so currently let me make it null, and basic authentication, here I need to give basic authentication filter dot class. Okay, for now CSFR I will CSRF I will disable. So CSRF dot disable, then dot course. Okay, course policy. So course dot configure source and course configure, course configuration, course configuration source I need to give here. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, let me make it structured and create method course configuration. Yes, let's create it. All right, now HTTP basic with defaults, let's give it with defaults, and let's bring it here. And form login also, let's give it with defaults, and that's it. Remove rendered argument to call add filter. So here we need to give add filter before. All right, so yeah, that's it for our this configuration file. But why it's giving this error, let me check. Okay, we need to return here. So now guys, let's return. So return HTTP return HTTP dot build, and that's it. Let me return here null for now, and let's rerun it. Okay, and let's write here course configuration now. So what I'm gonna do, instead of this null, return new course configuration source. So you can see it has given us one override method, course configuration. By default, get configurations, course configurations. Now here I will provide course configuration. I will define one course configuration variable, configuration, course configuration CFG equal to new course configuration, and then CFG dot set allow origins, and here what we are gonna do, let's give all. Okay, unit. So guys, what are the front-end URL we want to allow? That URL you can pass here. okay, as a array list. If you want, you can pass array list, but I have given here star. That means it will allow all the URLs. So now what I need to do is a collection dot singleton list, and here I need to give stars. So what I mean by that, guys, when you try to access this backend API from any front-end URL, that time it will throw a error like course policy error. So here we need to provide a URL list, like for which URL list it won't give error, course policy error. So that all the front-end URL you can provide here, and if you provide a star, then it will allow all the URLs. That means it won't give course policy error for any front-end URL. All right. And now cfg dot set allow method. What are the methods you want to allow? Okay, like put method, get method, post method. So I will give here all collection dot singleton list, and here I will give star. All the methods I want to allow. cfg dot set credentials, I will make it so. Also set allow headers. So set allow, not method, headers. Here also I will give collection dot singleton list star. Then I want to expose header, so set expose header arrays dot as a list, and here I will expose authorization header, authorization. If you want any other header to expose, you can add that as well. Now cfg dot set max, as you can set here. So let me set here 3600L. Now let's return here cfg, and our work is done. One more thing, guys, we are gonna do is we are gonna write here one method for password encoding. So public password encoder. So password encoder, what it will do, it will encode our password. Okay, before storing in the database, we'll encode our password, and for this we'll use for encoding our password, we'll use this method. We need to provide it bin type, right? That's it for our course configuration, security configuration. We need to make it bin this as well. All right. Now here add filter. So guys, for this add filter, we need to write one filter for this. So what I'm gonna do, I will write here new JWT token validator. Okay, and now we don't have this validator, so let's create one class for this. Okay, inside config, implement filter. Instead of implement filter, what we are gonna use here, extend once per request. Extends, actually it should be extends once per request. Once per request, and implement method do filter internal. Now let's write the implementation of this method. But before this, guys, we need JWT dependency in our project. So what I'm gonna do, I will go to pom.xml. In my previous project, not this one. Here let's go down and this JWT token. Okay, so this 3 dependency I need, guys. I will copy this, go to here, let's go to pom.xml, down here, not here, dependencies here. I will paste this JWT dependencies, and let me scroll down a little bit, and guys, you can say JWT API, JWT implementation, and JWT JSON. These 3 dependency, guys, you can search on browser. Like let me show you this JWT implementation, IMPL Maven dependency. Okay, like this you need to search, and you will get dependencies. Let's click here, JWT. Okay, IMPL, it's not IMPL, JWT IMPL Maven dependency. It's a IMPL or different? JWT IMPL. Okay, not here. See this IMPL dependencies. Okay, so yeah, you can see JWT IMPL, and then other is same like, guys, for API and this JSON. Okay, you can search this. Now let's go to here, and I need to give like this. Let's go to validator, and now we can start our implementation. So like do this, yeah. Okay, and now string JWT equal to request.get header. What are the requests are coming? Inside that request we need to get JWT. Okay, so let me write here one JWT constant class JWT constant. Okay, inside that constant I will provide 2 static value, public static final, then string secret key. Okay, secret key, guys, should be the random string, so I will give just randomly. Okay, let me remove this, and second variable I need is JWT header. So JWT header authorization. So here we can use that. So guys, what is the this JWT validator? If you don't know, just write with me and let me finish this. After that I will make you understand why we need this JWT validator and what's the use of this JWT validator. Okay, so don't worry about that, but first let me use your JWT constant dot JWT header. Okay, from this header I will collect the JWT token. Now here I will make a condition. If JWT not equal to null, Okay, if JWT is not null, then JWT equal to JWT dot substring 7. Okay, now guys, why I'm using this substring 7? Because whenever I get the JWT token from authorization header, I will get like this in this format. First, I have a bearer keyword, and then one space. Okay, bearer keyword, then space, then actual my token. So I want this token. Okay, so that's why I need to skip this 7 words like BEARER and this space. So if you count this, it will be 7. 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7. Okay, so that's why I have used here substring. Now I hope you know about the substring method in the Java. I'm not gonna explain this, guys. Okay, so now let's use here try catch. So inside here I will use secret key. Secret key equal to, now this secret key, guys, will come from our let me show you this where it is. Secret key crypto. Let me remove, and oh yeah, it's fine. Now keys will come from JSON Web Token .security. Okay, so let's implement it. Then schema 4 key 4. Now here we need to use JWT constant .secret key. Okay, which we have write in the this constant, this key get bytes. All right, now let's collect the claims. So claims, so guys, these are claims we'll add when we create new JWT token. Okay, that time we'll add this claim into our JWT token, and later we can accept that claim like this. So what we need to we need to use charts from JWT tokens. Charts.parser builder .set sign in key. We need to set sign in key here. So let's give here now key this, and build .parse claims JWT. Here we need to give JWT .get body. That's it. Now let's access our email from these claims. So how we can do this? String dot value of claim dot get. Inside that we will get one get method. Inside this method we need to give a key. Okay, so our key is email, and let's do this claims. So let's give here claims and claims. Why it's giving me error? Initialize variable claims. Okay, so I need to give like this. All right, now let's string here authorities. Let's collect authorities if we have any provided. So authorities equal to string dot value of claims dot get, and inside this get method I need to provide here authorities. Okay, list of granted authorities. We need to now create into granted authority. So granted authority and auths equal to authority utils. Actually, we don't have authority utils. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is okay guys, give me just 1 second. Let me close this and go to here. Oh, what happened? Okay. Guys, give me just 5 minutes. Okay. How much time it will take to open? Oh, I guess. All right. Let me go to SRC, then yes, I trust. Sorry guys, but yeah, wait for 2 minutes. 1 more minute, not 2 minutes. Okay, authority utils dot comma separated string to authority list, and here I need to give authorities. Now authentication, we need authentication, so let's define here authentication equal to new username password authentication token. Here I need to give email, null, and auths. Instead of auths, as I need to give here okay, I guess I haven't imported, that's why it's giving me error, but now it's fine. Now inside security context holder I need to set this. So security context holder dot set context. and here set authentication, actually get context first, get context then set authentication, and here I need to provide authentication. That's it. Now let me write here catch method. If any exception, then throw new bad credential exception. Bad credential exception, okay? Just like invalid token. Invalid token. So guys, now may you have the idea what is the need of this JWT token validator. You can see this invalid token. That means this our class JWT token validator, it will validate the token which are provided by user from the front end. Like that means if token is validated, then it will allow user to access all other secure endpoints, okay, which are starting from API. So let me show you that as well, which are starting from API. If token is validate, then it will allow user to access the secure endpoints. But if token is not validate, then it will give invalid token to user. Okay, so that's the work of a JWT validator. Now one more thing we need to do here is filter chain, filter, we don't have filter chain here. Okay, here filter chain dot do filter, and here we need to give request and response. Okay, if token is validator, then it will allow user to move to next step. Okay, that way, understand like this. Now let's write a JWT provider. So what I'm gonna do, let me minimize it a little bit, and inside this config, now I'm gonna create new class that is nothing but JWT provider. JWT provider means here we will write method for generating JWT. Also we'll write one method for getting emails from that JWT. Okay, so let's write here. Guys, first we need here that secret key which we have written in JWT validator. So what I'm gonna do, I will go to here, I will copy this, go to JWT provider and paste it over here. Okay, now let's write one method, public static string. Static should be in smaller. Static string generate token authentication. Here I need to access authentication. Okay, now collection extends granted authority and authorities array authorities authorities equal to auth dot get authorities. All right, now string roles, so we can exclude all our roles. So what we need to do, populate authorities. authorities, and here we need to write authorities. So that's how we can get all our roles which we have given inside, JWT token, or maybe authentication. All right, so guys, we need to write this populate method. So let's do this. Populate authorities, more action, create, rename reference. Populate authorities. I need to write public static string populate authorities. It will take collection extend granted authority. So let me copy this. Paste it over here. Collection. Okay. Now guys, we are gonna convert this role set of role into string. So let's set of string and auths equal to new as such. For granted authority. Okay, authority and collection. Authority dot add, actually auths I have given here, auths dot add authority dot get authority. Return string dot join and auth. So guys, you may know that's how we can convert set into the string using this join in the in Java. Okay, authorities. All right, now let's complete our this method for generate token. Okay, so let's define here one JWT variable. We'll use jots for this, and jots builder set issue date, new date, let's import this, then let's set expirations. Okay, new date dot get time plus 8641234 So guys, this is the 24 hours time. Okay, after 24 hours this token will be expire. You need to log in again after 24 hours. All right, so now here I need to give claim. So inside this claim I will give email email auth dot get name, then claim authorities. Okay, inside this token I need to give roles as well. Provide roles. Now dot sign in key, here we need to give that key dot compact. That's it, our work is done. So it's creating issue. Static. Okay, let's make it static. All right, and now let's return our JWT. All right, now we need to write one more method from for getting email from our JWT. Here you can guys see that in the claims we are setting emails and authority. So this both are things we can extract as well. So for now we will extract the email from our JWT token. So public static string get email from JWT token, and here string JWT like this, and JWT equal to JWT dot substring. As I told you before, right, why we need this substring. I'm not gonna explain it again. So claims, then claims equal to JWT dot parse builder dot set sign in key dot builds. Or maybe let's go to here and we have this thing. That's how we can, let's copy this, go to here. So let me remove this, we don't need this. Okay, that's how guys we can access the email. And now let's return our email. Let's refresh this. Okay guys, we have configure our Spring Security, but still it's generating the default password. Why? Because now we need to implement the custom user service implementation. Okay, once we implement the custom user service implementation, then it won't give that custom password. Instead of, we'll use our own email and password to login, for login. Okay, so let's create one package, new package service, and inside the service I'm gonna write here custom user service implementation, custom service user implementation. All right, now let's annotate with service annotation, and here implements user details service, user details service. Okay, now let's write here user repository and user repository. But guys, we don't have user repository, so let's create one package and do this as well. So new package com.jobs.repository. Inside this repository package, I will create one class, user repository, and inside this user repository, first I need to extend this user repository with data on a JBA repository. Extend with JBA repository. Okay, and here I need to provide a class name. So our class name is a user, and type of the ID which are exist in user model. Okay, so inside guys user model we have provided one ID field. Okay, let me show you that. So you can see here we have provided one ID field. So what is the type of that ID field? That is nothing but long. So that we need to provide here. And also it should be interface, not class. So let's make it interface, user repository. And let's do one thing here. Public, it will return user. Here I'm gonna define one method for finding user using email. So find by email, and here string I need to give email like this. Okay, so that's how guys you need to give find by first, find by in a camel case, then you need to give this field name. Okay, so let's go to user. So here you can see we have an email, so that's why we have given that email. But if you want to find by full name, then instead of email you will give here where it is, instead of email, not here, instead of email here you will give full name or maybe role or anything you want, anything you can give here. Right, now let's go to here, let's import it, user repository, then let's make it auto-wired. And let's return null, return, oh not return actually. And now guys we need to first implement the method. So let's do this. Okay, without writing method, how we can return null? All right, no worries. Now guys let's get our user. So user repository dot find by email, we are going to use here find by email, and email is nothing but username. Okay, let's import this user. Let me go to here and remove this. I will import this user. If user equal to null, then what I'm gonna do is throw new user not found exception. Okay, user not found with email, and here I will give username. But what if user will found? Then let me give here granted authority equal to authorities equal to new array list. And here I will return org.spring frame actually user. So user details, control set, user details dot user. So what I'm gonna do, user, which user I'm gonna use, this Spring Security user. this user. So let's import it, and here I need to give user.get email, then user.get password, then authorities, and that's it. Guys, when I now refresh this our project, so it won't generate a default password for us. Instead of, it will allow us to use our own username and password for login and register. So you can see now there is no default generated password provided by Spring, because we have implement our custom user service implementation, custom user service here. It will load the user by username which we will provide, and then it will return this user details. All right. Okay guys, so now it's time to implement login method and registered method in our application. So what I'm gonna do is, let's go to service, or maybe let's go to directly controller. Let's create here one controller, new Java class, and here what I'm gonna write here, user controller. Okay, user controller. So inside that user controller, let's do one thing. Let's go to here and user service controller, auth controller. What I'm gonna do, I will copy all this code and don't worry guys, I will explain line by line. So let me create, oh, I haven't created any packages here, so let me first create new package, controller, and let's take and drop inside refactor. Then let's create one more class, that is nothing but user class, auth controller. Okay, and guys, we need to annotate with REST controller. So REST controller, let's annotate it with REST controller, and let's import this. Let's we don't need user service, so let me remove this. Okay, we don't now let me explain. So guys, this is our what I have done here, a user repository. Okay, I have defined one user repository, then password encoder. You may remember once when we configure our application configuration, that time I have provided, or I have defined one password encoder method. Okay, we'll use this now in our auth controller. So this password encoder and this custom user service implementation, that this is nothing but this custom user service implementation. All right, now let's go to auth controller again, and here guys, I have defined this create user handler. Okay, sign up method, and I have annotated with post mapping sign up, then public response entity, then auth response. So now we don't have this auth response. Okay, so let's create this class. So create class auth response. Instead of controller, control set, what I'm gonna do, I will write here response. Inside this response, I will generate it, and auth response is nothing but only string JWT, and second we can provide message, also we can provide status. Okay, and let me make it private to all these three. Private, this is also be private, and let's annotate with data, all arts constructor, and no arts constructor. User, then user exceptions. So let me use here exceptions. Okay, we don't have mobile, so let me remove this. All right, so guys, response entity, auth response, then create handler, this is the method name, then request body, inside request body will take user, okay, and throw exception if we get exception. Now let's let's access the email, password, full name, and role from this user. So string email, user.get email, password, user.get password, full name, user.get full name, then role, user.get role. Okay, after accessing all this value, now we'll check if user is exist in our database with this email, then we need to throw exception, like this email is already used with another account. Okay, so here you can see user is email exist equal to user repository dot find email, find by email. So if it's not null, okay, that means user will exist in our database with this email. So we are gonna throw exception, email is already used with another account. All right, if not, if it's null, means not email is not exist in our database, means user is not exist in our database with that email which are provided by user to create a new user, then we are gonna create new user. So here you can see user, create new user, created user dot set email, set full name, then set role and set password. So guys, not one thing here, before setting password we will encode this password, password dot encode, password encoder dot encode and password, then we'll set inside our database. Okay, after that we'll save this user in our database using user repository dot save method, then user repository dot save and saved user. Oh, why I have done this? User repository dot save created user. I don't think I will need it, so let me remove this. Okay, now authentication, new username, password, authentication token. Okay, here I need to provide email and password, then security context holder dot get context and set authentication, and here authentication, and after setting the authentication in security context holder, we need to create token. So let's create token, JWT provider, let's import it, JWT provider dot generate token. Inside that we need to provide authentication. Okay, so authentication will provide here. After generating token, we'll create auth response. So set JWT, set message, and also we can auth response set status, so it will be true. Okay, we can set status as well, but status will be boolean instead of string. Okay, now it won't else. All right, and then return new response entity, auth response. That's it. We know we don't need to provide here auth response. Let me remove it, and our sign in method is complete. Okay, now let's write our sign in method. Sign up method is complete. Now let's write a sign in method. So you can see I have annotated with post mapping, sign in endpoint I have given here, and public response entity, auth response, sign in. Inside request body, guys, here we need email and password. So let's create this login request. So create type login requests. Create type, actually not type, class. I'm gonna create class. So this class, control Z. Instead of controller, I will write here one request. Request package. Okay, inside that package I will create this login request. And as I told guys, we need two things, email and password. So string email and password string password. Okay, and entity actually, sorry guys, it's not gonna be entity. Here I need to provide data. All args constructor, no args constructor. Now let's go to auth controller. Okay, so public response entity, auth response, sign in. Inside request body will take login request. Inside login request we have only two things, email and password. All right, then username and password will abstract the username and password from this login request. So login request dot get email, login request dot get password. After that, authentication. So authentication equal to authenticate. So guys, this method authenticate we have implemented here. Okay, it will return authentication. So I will explain it later. Let's finish this. So here I need to provide username and password, then it will return authentication. Now this authentication will use to create JWT token and set this authentication inside security context holder. You can see just like sign up method, security context holder dot get context dot set authentication and authentication. Then let's create a JWT token, JWT provided dot generate token and auth response. So set message, login message, login success, and auth response dot set status will be true. Okay, then let's return our auth response. All right, that's done. Now let's understand this authenticate. So you may have question like, guys, here you are not matching password. Okay, you are not matching password, then how can you allow user to log in? So this logic guys we are we are doing in authenticate method. So first user details is go to custom user details. Okay, dot load user by username. So first thing what we are gonna do is whatever username or email we have get from here, using that email we are gonna load user using the custom user service implementation. So here you can see we have a load user by username method inside our custom user service implementation. So using this load user by username method will load username, will load user, whole user. Okay, so here we'll get user details. So if user detail is null, then we'll throw exception, invalid user or password. If user details is not null, then what we are going to do is we'll compare the password which are provided by user from the front end and second is present in our database. So you can see password encoder. So inside password encoder we'll get one method that is nothing but matches. So password encoder dot matches. So this is password. First we need to provide the password that are provided by user from the front end. Okay, and in the second parameter we need to provide encoded password which are presented in our database. Okay, if it is a match, then it will return true, else it will return false. So here I will write not sign. Okay, that means if it's written true, then it will make false, and if it's written false, then it will make true. So it will act as a opposite direction. Okay, opposite. So yeah, now if it's match, if it's not match, then we need to throw exception, invalid username or password. And if it match, then we'll come here, and from here we'll return this authentication. Okay, username password authentication token, which we are using here. So yeah guys, that's it for this our sign in method. Now it's time to check our sign in method and sign up method in the post main. So let's open the post main, or so let's go to our task management microservice and user service. So sign up. First let's sign up. So you can see we have Ram and his role is customer. Okay, and here we need to provide one auth sign up. So I need to give here auth, where here request mapping. Request mapping auth. Now let's sign up, and I have get the one no static resource auth sign up. So let's go to here, auth, then sign up. Stop and run. Task user service. Auth and sign up. Yeah, it's correct. Let's do this again. And that's it guys. You can see register success and we have get this token. Okay, now let's log in as well with Ram's account. So first let's try to log in with this account. So what it's giving, unauthorized, you can see. But let's write here Ram. See, login success. Okay, now get user profile using JWT. Okay, so let's go to here, and for this guys we need to write one method. We haven't write, but let's do this. Project. Let's go to user service. Inside services, let me write here a user service, Java class interface user service. Okay, and public, it will return user get user profile by JWT. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I will write the implementation of user service. So class user service implementation. Okay, implements user service. All right, now it will ask us to add unimplemented method, so let's add it, and also let's annotate it with service annotation. and we need here user repository also. So let's define the user repository. Private user repository, private user repository. Okay, let's import this user repository and let's make it auto wired. Get user profile. Okay, now what we need to do is first we need the email from JWT token. So JWT provider dot get email from JWT, and let's provide here JWT, and it will return string email. Okay, now using this email we'll find the user. So user repository dot find by email. And let's return it. Alright, now let's write the controller for user controller. So we need to annotate it with REST controller, and here request mapping ABI user. Okay, profile here I will give. So public response entity, here I will return user. Okay, get user profile, and what I need to do is request header. Okay, authorization. Inside this authorization I will take JWT, string JWT, and let me fix this. I need to provide a response entity like this, user. Okay, now user equal to I need here user service. So private user service, and let's make it auto wired, and user service dot get user profile. Here I need to give JWT. That's it. Let's return new response entity, and user HTTP status, HTTP status dot okay. Okay, that's it. Now let's define here endpoint. So it's gonna be get mapping, and let me give here profile. That's it, guys. That's it. Now let's go to here and let's use that token. So what I'm gonna do, I will copy this token. I will go to environment globals, and here I will remove this token and give here Rams token. Let's go to collection, get user profile, and inside authorization you need to check bearer token. Inside bearer token I need to give that token, so you can see our token is coming here. Okay, or guys, directly also you can give like this. Okay, if you don't want to use variable, then you can directly use like this. So let me send, and it's giving invalid token. Why? Let's go to here, check what is the problem. Stop and run. I guess I have one error here. This one. Okay. Now it will work fine. So now let's go to Postman again. Let's hit this again. Okay. Invalid token again. Bad credential exception. So let me log in again. Login success. Use this copy. Let's go to profile. Remove this. Control V. Save this. Okay, I guess we have a problem with validator, maybe profile. So let's go to validator. This try catch if condition. JWT dot not null. Email authorities. JWT constant, security key, get bytes, all these things are done. Good to go. Wait. No. Yeah. ABI users or maybe a user. Let's check the endpoint first. So let's go to user controller. Oh, it's users. So let me do this. Stop and run. Request mapping, ABI users, then profile, get mapping. Okay, let's go to here. I want API users profile. API users profile. Okay, let's do one thing. First, let's create our home controller. No, actually no need to create a home controller because we have already logged in and signed in, right? So it's working, but this is only not working. It's giving us this validator issue. A JWT header. Okay, let me check. Constant authorization. It's done. So guys, let's sign in here. JWT check JWT is coming or not. I mean print. Okay, dot println and JWT. Let's check. All right, now let's go back. Go below. Invalid token. Okay, so JWT we are getting here, and bearer token is also coming. So JWT dot substring. It will. Now it's not null, so it will go to here inside this substring, and from try catch to it's going here, right? Invalid token. So let's go to provider. Okay. Don't know what is the problem. Claims, charts, parse builder, set sign in key, build, parse claim, JWT, parse claims JWT. I guess the problem is here. Parse claims JWT. So guys, let me check this parse claim. JWT and JWS. What should be header? JWT header. Let's give it just 1 minute. It will be fixed soon. How much time it will take? Yes guys, this JWS will come here, not JWT. That's why it's giving us error. Here I need to give JWT. Then dot get body. Okay, also we need to check this inside JWT provider as well. So here also JWS will come. Okay, now let's refresh this once, and this time it will work fine. No worries. Okay, so let's go to here, and yeah guys, you can see we have RAM, email, password, role, full name and ID. So one more guys method we will need. So let me implement that as well for all the users. Okay, so public list of user get all users. Okay, now let's go to implementation of user service, and let's implement this method and just return user repository dot find all. Okay, now let's go to controller, user controller, just copy this thing, Control V, and now no need to write this profile. Let's remove it and just get all user, or maybe just get users. Okay, get all users, and now here I need to give list of user instead of single user. Also let me provide here list and users and users. That's it. So yeah, now let's find all the users as well. So what I'm gonna do, I will copy this and add new request. This unauthorized, so let me make it authorized, bearer token. Now guys, instead of this I will it will work fine. But what I'm gonna do is I will use here this variable. Okay, here also I will use variable. Yeah. All right, now let's rename it get all users. Get all users. And you can see currently we have only one user, so we are getting one user. But if we have multiple users, then we can get those as well. So let me sign up one more. So instead of Ram, this time I will give Pablo. And let's give here Pablo Pandey. Okay. And no need to give mobile number. Let me remove this. Our role will be customer. Let's send it. And let's go to all users. And you can see now we have two users. One is Pablo and second is Ram. So yeah guys, that's it for user service. In the next service, in the next video, we are gonna complete task service. Okay, then submission service and all this. So yeah, that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next video. So in today's video, we are gonna build a task service for our project. So let's go to Spring Initializer and create new project and then start. Okay. So let's search for Spring Initializer. Let's open this website and from here, let's choose Maven for our project. Then Spring Boot version I will make it default. Then instead of example, I will write here Josh. Then artifact I will give task service. Okay, task service. Then name will be also task service, and let's give here description task service for task management. And package name I'll be write only com.jos. Okay, packaging will be jar and our Java version is 17. Then let's add some dependency. First I will add Spring Web. Then let's add Spring Boot Dev Tool. Also we'll use Lombok. Then Discovery Client also will use, guys. Okay, Eureka Discovery Client. Then what let's add the dependency for connecting our database MySQL. So MySQL driver class, or maybe MySQL driver. Okay, MySQL driver. Then data JPA, Spring data JPA. So Spring Web, Spring Boot Dev Tool, Lombok, Eureka Discovery Client, MySQL driver, Spring data JPA. Anything else we need? I don't think so. Open client, of course. Fan client we will use. Open fan clients. Spring Boot, Spring Cloud routing, declaring REST client. Open fan creates a dynamic implementation of interface. Decoder with okay guys, so why we need open fan? So using open fan will communicate with our between our microservices, different microservices. So this is our task service. Okay, we are gonna create here our task service. So using open client, our task microservice can communicate with our user microservice or submission microservice. Okay, of course submission microservice are not created yet, but in the upcoming videos we will create it. So yeah, using open fan client, it will be able to communicate with our user service and submission microservice or any other microservices. So yeah, that's why we are going to use open fan. Now let's generate our project. So let's click here, and what I'm gonna do here, let's go to our YouTube directory, then project directory, where it is here, and let's go to microservices, task management, and here task service. Okay, let's save it. Let's open this, extract this folder, then yeah, let's maximize it and let's extract all. And now what I'm gonna do is let's go to here. I guess, yeah, here you can see project is already added, and let's load this project. So load my own project, and what I'm gonna do here, my project is not appear, right? Task services. So I will go to here, I will add here that project. So task service, okay. Okay, okay, wait, let's go to here, let's cut it out here, control V. Also let's cut it out here, and now what I'm gonna do, I don't need this task service, so let me delete it. And I don't need this as well, let's delete. Let's delete this as well. Now let's go to here. Okay, I guess now I can let me close this and open it again. New window, of course. Let's go to here. Why it's not giving us okay, I guess I need to delete it first. Close this. Okay, okay, and let's delete this idea. And now let's open it. New window, load project, load our projects, reading Maven projects. Okay, let's give it some time and wait. How much time you will take? Please be fast. And yeah, our both projects are ready. So now let's go to here. We can start our user service and task service as well. So let's start. Enable, we don't need it. Yeah guys, so it says that failed to determine a suitable driver class. So let's provide a driver class, suitable driver class. So what I'm gonna do is I will go to src, then main class and this YAML file. Okay, so I will copy this configuration from our previous project, that is nothing but task user service. Okay, now let's go to src main resource, and I will change it, change the name, new refactor, rename from properties to YAML. Okay, let's refactor it. Let's go to here, let's paste it. So first thing I will do is I will change the port, make it 2, then I will change the name, so it's gonna be task service. Then third things what I'm gonna do is I will change the database name. So guys, we need to create one database for task service. So let's copy this thing, let's open our MySQL command line, then let's log in, and let's create a database, create database, and instead of task user service, here I will give only YouTube task service. That's it. So let's create it. Okay, you can see one row affected, our database is created. Now let's change the name here as well. All right, now what I'm gonna do is let me go to my previous project and let me stop all my projects. Okay, and let me stop user service, I guess. Eureka survey, let it be, but yeah, let's close this user service as well. Okay, or maybe let's stop all the projects because now we don't need it. Stop. Is there any project is running? No, all these are closed. Now let's run this project. Okay, you can see our project is running fine, but there is a one error that is saying cannot execute request on any unknown server. So as I told you guys in previous video, we are using here a Spring Cloud Starter Netflix Eureka client, but we haven't provided any configuration that you should go to this server and connect it. Okay, so that's why it's confused. It's saying that where should I go to and connect it. I didn't find any known server, so it says unknown server. Okay, so let me comment it out. When we implement Eureka server, that time we'll comment it out. Till now let me comment it, and let's make these changes, and let's go back to our project. Now let me close all this because now we don't need it. And yeah, let me refresh it once and let's start. Then let's open Java and let's create here one new package. So package will be model. Here we'll write our all the models. So let's write our task model first. Task. Okay, let's annotate it with entity, then data, then all ask constructor, no ask constructor, okay. So some of the fields we need to add here: ID, title, description, image, status. Those are, let's add it. So first, private long ID. Okay, we need to annotate it with ID, and also we need to generate this value automatically. So we need to annotate it with generated value, generation type, a strategy, and generation type auto. All right, now let's give it title as well. Then let's give description as well. Description. Then let's give image. Then let's give assigned user ID. Okay, private. Then let's give it tags. So tags will be list of string. So tags is nothing but guys, tag stack. What are the tag stack you want to use for this task? So that are, okay, new array list, and let's import this list. Also let's import this array list. Okay, now let's write one more field for deadline. So it's nothing but local date time. So So deadline, also we have created it, so it's gonna be also local date time created at. And one more thing guys, we need to add here nothing but task status. Okay, so task status, so status we are gonna make it guys enum. Okay, so let's go to here, let's create one class, not class, it's gonna be enum. So let me create here, or maybe let's create inside this model as well. So let's class here, let's create enum, and task status, we'll give it task status. Okay, pending, and here we'll give pending. Then our assign, other status will be assign. Then done. Okay, and let's create here our no args constructor. So let's hover here, directly create constructor. Pending, what is saying? Too many characters in the. Okay, so like this it should be. Alright, so our task status is ready. Now let's go to task model. Is there any fields in pending? No, that's it. So now let's create the services for this. So new, but before that I need to create one package. So let's go to here and create new package. That is nothing but services. So service, inside this let me create task service, task service. Okay, let's write all the methods which we will need for task. So first we need create task. So create task, it will take task, then string request a role. Throws exception. Okay, and it should be interface instead of class. So let me change it. Now task, get task by id. So get task by id, long id, and throws exception. If we didn't find any task by this id, provided id, then we'll throw the exception. Now get all the tasks. So it will give us a list of tasks. Get all tasks, and task status. Why we need it? Because if we want to apply any filters, then we can use task status. Okay, and yeah, I guess that's it. Now let me import this list, and task update task. Okay, so here we'll take id. So which task do you want to update? Then we'll take the content which you want to update. So updated task, it's nothing but updated task, and long user ID throws exception. Okay, and delete task, so it's not gonna return anything, so let's give it void delete task. Okay, then assign to user. Okay, assign to user. Admin will assign this task to any user which you want. Okay, so which user you want to assign, give here that user ID, and which task do you want to assign, give that task ID. Throws exception. List of task. Assigned users task. Okay, here we'll give a user ID, and it will give us all the tasks which are related to that user ID, or maybe which are assigned to that user ID. Okay, so user ID, task status. Again, why we need task status? If you want to apply any filter, then we can do that here. Now complete task. Okay, task complete task, that means this task is done. So task ID throws exception. All right, now let's create one repository, then we'll write the implementation of all this method. So first let's create the repository. Let's create one package repository, and I will get a new class. Actually it's also be interface, so task repository. Let's extend with JB repository. Let's give here entity name and type of the ID which are present inside entity, or maybe task, so it's nothing but long. Okay, now why we have given here long? So let's go to task, and you can see here we have a ID and its type is long. That's why here we have given long, right? Now let's create implementation of our service, task service. So task service implementation implements task service. Now what I need to do is annotate with service. Let's write all the implementation. Now let's bring here repository. So private task repository, and we need to annotate it with auto-wired. Okay, now let's start. First is our create task, so let's go to here. We'll check, if not, request user role dot equals role admin. Okay, if it is not role admin, then what we need to do? Then we are gonna throw new exception. Only admin can create a task. Only admin can create tasks. Throw new exception. Okay. All right. So we can't give this authority to other user who doesn't have a role admin. We can give only this authority to user which have a role admin. All right. Now task dot set status. By default it's gonna be pending, so task status is pending. Task dot set created it local datetime dot now. All right, now let's save this task. So task repository dot save, and let's give here task. That's it. Now find task by ID. Okay, so task repository dot find by ID. Or else throw here we will use lambda symbol. So new exception, and that is nothing but task not found. Task not found with ID. Okay, that's enough, I guess. Or maybe we need to wrap. No, I guess it's fine. All right, so guys, here what we are gonna do is first we check that a task is present with the given ID, then it will return that task. But if this task is not present by this given ID, then it will throw this exception, task not found with the ID. All right, I hope you may understand. Now let's implement this get all task. Okay, so first a list of tasks, it will return us list of tasks. Now what I'm going to do is I will write here all task equal to task repository dot find all. Okay, now let's implement the filter. So guys, this task status is not required. Okay, it's not required. If user will provide this task status, then we need to filter the task, and if user didn't provide this task status, then we don't need to filter it. So it's not mandatory. Okay, you may understand like this. So now what I'm gonna do here, list of task filter tasks equal to all task dot stream dot filter and here status equal to null, or task dot get status dot name dot equals ignore case status dot to string, and dot collect. Here we need to give collectors dot to list. collector dot to list. That's it. Let me, here we need to give, okay, yes. So that's it, guys. Let me explain this line once more. So here what we are going to do is we are going to use a stream. Of course, do you know basic Java? Then you know that if you want to perform any filter function on any list, then you need to use a stream.filter, then task. So status equal to null. If our given status equal to null, then it will return true. Means it will not go to next step, and it will not perform this task, and it will not filter our task. It will directly return here true, and it will go back here and it will return all the task without filter. But if status is not null, then it will return false. So if it return false, then it will go to here, and here it will get the task status dot name, okay, and then it will compare with the status which are provided by user. Okay, so guys, here inside our application we have used the task status as an enum, so that's why I'm applying this to string on that. All right, now if it will return true, then it will filter. If it's not, then it can ignore, and after that it will return us a filter task list. So now here we need to return that filter task list. That's enough. That's it. Okay, now let's write the logic for update task. Okay, so what we are gonna do, first let's existing task. First let's find the task by given this ID. So get task by ID and ID. After that, let's update it. So here we'll check if updated task dot get title not equal to null, then what we need to do is existing task dot set title and updated task dot get title. So guys, we'll check if user have provided the title in the front end, okay, then only we need to update. But if user didn't provide the title, that means user don't want to update the title. Okay, if user haven't provided title from front end request, that means user doesn't want to change the title of their task, so we don't need to change. But if he provided the title, that means he want to change the title of the task, so we need to change it. So that's why I have written this if condition. Now guys, we need to write all the we need to write the condition for all the fields like this, okay, just like title. So what I'm gonna do is, let's go to here and let's go to title, update, and I will copy paste it. Let's maximize it. So let's copy all this 5. Let's go to here and let's remove this. Okay, so now let me show you this. Like first I have explained this title. Now just like title is image, update task dot get image. Get image is not null, then update the image. If description is not null, then update description. If get status is not null, then update the status. And deadline is not null, then update the deadline. Okay, And yeah, that's it. Then we can save this existing task, so it will update it. All right, now let's write the implementation of delete. Task repository dot delete by id. That's it. Okay, let's do one thing. First find our task. If task is not present, that time he can throw the exception. Okay, now assign to user. This is also very easy. So what I'm gonna do first, let's find existing task, task ID I need to give here. So first we are gonna find the task by this given ID. Now let's change the status of that task. So let me write here task dot set assigned user ID and task dot set status, that is nothing but task status done. Task repository dot save task. Okay, now let's find the assigned users task. So what I'm gonna do is, let's write here list of task all task equal to task repository dot guys, we need to write that method inside task repository for getting assigned users task. So let's write this. What I'm gonna do is public, it will provide us a list of tasks that are assigned to particular user. So find by assigned user ID. Okay, here I need to give long user ID. Let's import this list. Find by assigned user ID. So let's go to task and check assigned user ID. Yeah. Okay, so guys, by default JP repository given us this kind of feature, you can say. Using that you can find task by any field, like what I mean by that. So here I given find by. Okay, so first you need to give this find by, this is the same for all, and after that here you need to give the field name. So find by assigned user ID. Okay, find by title, also you can give find by description. So that kind of feature you can use here. Okay, and now let's go to here and find by assigned user ID. Now here I need to give user ID. Now we need to perform the filter on this. So what I'm gonna do, I will copy this filter thing and return it. Okay, so let's go to here, just same like all task. All right. Now complete task. So let's implement this as well. First, what we need to do is find task by ID. So task equal to get task by ID. So here I need to give task ID. Now task dot set status. Task status will be done, and let's save it now. So task repository dot save task, and that's it. Our work is done here. Okay, now let's create the controller for this. So let's create new class here, controller. First, let's create one package. Controller. Now inside this package we can create task controller. And let's annotate it with a REST controller. Also let's give it here a request mapping. So API and tasks. All the endpoints will start from API tasks, which will write inside this controller. All right, now let's go back task service implementation, and okay, I want to just check that I have annotated with service or not. So I have already done. So let's go back task controller, and let's bring here this task service here. So private task service, and let's annotate with auto wired. All right, now let's create method. So public response entity, and here I need to give a task. Oh, I need to import this task. Create task. Create create task. Okay, let's take a request body here. Inside this request body will receive task. Also let's receive here a request header. That is nothing but authorization, and inside this header will take our JWT. Okay, now create a task. Okay, so create a task equal to task service dot create task. So inside this we need to give two things. First is task, and second is requester role. So guys, here we need to give requester users role. So where we will get it? So what we can do that here, you can say we are. So guys, this we can't get from the front end, because if we pass role from the front end, then what happen, like if user who have a customer role, they can also pass admin role here. Okay, so that's why we can't take this requester role from the user. So we need to take this requester role from our database. Okay, so in our database you can you know that we have all the users stored in our database, and from that we can check which user have a admin role and which user have a customer role. So here what we can do, we are taking this JWT. Okay, so requester user, we can find the requester user using this JWT. And how? So you know that in the previous video, task user service, we have implement one controller. Let me show you that. So user controller, this controller profile. Okay, we can get the user profile by giving the JWT, just JWT. We need to just provide JWT and it will give us user profile. Okay, if we get the user profile, then we can identify its role, that this user have a admin role or a customer role. So that user role we can provide here now. Correct, that user role we can provide here. But the question is how we can bring that user method, how we can bring this method inside our task service, this method. Okay, if we want to get user profile in our task service, then we need to bring this method inside our task service. So guys, here open fan client is coming to the picture. Okay, using open fan client we can communicate between our two or more microservices, like between task services, task microservices and user microservices. So let's do this and let's check how it is possible. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, give me just 1 minute. First thing guys we need to do is, let's go to our task user service, actually not task user service but task service, because here we want to use open fan client, right? So we need to enable open fan client here, enable fan client, enable fan clients. Right now here let's create one more service. So new, and it's gonna be interface user service, user service. Okay, but we need here one user DTO. So let's create here user DTO class, user DTO, and user DTO guys is nothing but just user, all the users field. So let's go to here, let's go to user model, and let's copy all this thing. And let's go to user DTO, let's provide here, let's annotate with data. Since guys it is a DTO, we don't need to annotate with entity. Okay, so don't confuse, this is not our entity guys, this is just DTO, no args constructor. All right, now let's go to our services, user service, and here we need to annotate with fan client. Okay, fan client, and we need to give here a name of our application. So it is nothing but user service. So this is our microservice name, and here we need to give the URL. Okay, on our user microservices running. So our user microservice is nothing running on localhost 501. Let's Control Z, let's copy this. Let's go to here, actually not here, and let's give here URL. What is this? Okay, let's provide here. Okay, so guys, that's how you need to enable fan client, or maybe configure fan client. Just at the rate fan client, then here you need to give us microservices name, and here you need to give that microservices port. Okay, that is nothing but 5001. Now here just define this method, like it will return user DTO. Okay, the method name will be get user profile, and inside we need to give request header authorize, just like actual method, and here we need to provide string JWT, and this, let's import this user DTO, and also we need to annotate this with get mapping. Okay, and here we need to provide same endpoint, so our endpoint will be API users and profile authorization. Okay, so guys, this should be same as a user services which we have used in the user controller actually. So let's go to your user controller, and here you can see our endpoint is API users then profile. Okay, same we need to use here. Same we need to use here, API users then profile. Then actually not this. Then method name will be get mapping. So here also we need to annotate with get mapping. Okay, and what are the parameters we are taking here? All these parameters we need to provide here. So yeah, that's easy guys. That much easy it is. It's not difficult. Right, now we can use this user service in our task controller. So let's go to here. Now just use like your other services, just like task services. So user service, nothing much more different, nothing any difference here. It's just like working like task services. Now user service dot get user profile, and here we need to provide JWT, and that's it. Why it's telling us? So it says require type string, but it's provide a user DTO, of course. So what I'm gonna do is, let's control X, let's go to here, user DTO user equal to user service dot get user profile JWT. Okay, so guys, now we have find the user. Inside that user we can get the role of that user. So user dot get role, and this exception, that's fine. That's it guys. Okay, and now we can annotate this with the post mapping, because we are creating new task here. Okay, so we need to annotate it with post mapping. Okay, and we need to return here create a task, return new response entity, create a task, http status dot created. Okay, now let's write method for get task by ID. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, let me copy this. Instead of post mapping, that time I will write here get mapping. Okay, and here I need to provide ID. So get task by ID. And now let's remove this request body because we don't need it. Request header authorization, JWT. Okay, now instead of this, here what I need to get task by ID. So I don't think we need it. Let me remove this, or maybe chat. And the path variable. Okay, you may know guys, we can access this ID using path variable. So long ID, and here I need to provide ID. Okay, instead of create task, I can give here just task. That is fine. Now let's get assigned users task. So copy, paste it, user. Okay, assigned user task. All right. Now guys, I don't have any path variable here, so let me remove this. Instead of path variable, I have a request parameter. Okay, task status. So request parameter, and we can give require false, then task status, all right. Now task service dot assigned users task. Assigned users task. Okay, here we need to provide user ID and status. So user ID is nothing but user dot get ID, and status will be status. That's it. Yeah, it will return a list of tasks. So let me do this. And here I need to give tasks. Okay, so guys, here we can access the token of logged in user, and will provide that logged in user's ID to this assigned user task method. All right, so that's it. Now get all task. So let's copy this. Just get mapping, we don't need to provide here anything. Get mapping. Get all task. Get all tasks. Okay. And now what I'm gonna do is here get all tasks, I will give status, and that's it. Now assign tasks to user. Let's write this method, assign tasks to user. So let's copy this, paste it over here, and change the name. Assign task to user. instead of put mapping, let me give here instead of get mapping, let me put here put mapping. And here I need to give id, okay, this task id which you want to assign, and user id whom you want to assign. Then assigned. Okay, so let's take path variable here. Let me remove this path variable long id, path variable long and user id. Okay, let's perform here assign to user. Assign to user. Here we need to provide what should I provide? User id and task id. So let's give here user id and just id. Also it will return only task, not list of tasks. So let me remove this. All right, is there anything left? Task service assigned to user. First is user id, second is task id. Okay, that's it. Now let's update our task. So let's copy this, put it over here. Update task. Only we need to provide id, which task you want to update. Path variable, we don't need here user id, but we need here request body. Inside request body will receive a task, whole task, okay, which user want to update. Now let's task service dot update task. Here what should I need to provide? First I need to provide id, task id, then update task, updated task. So which are updated tasks? That is nothing but request and user id. So user dot get id. Okay, and instead of created we can give here update. So update is not, then we can use here okay. Also here we should use okay instead of created. Here also let's use okay. Get mapping, here also let's use okay. Here also let's use okay, and yeah, let it be now. All right, now our update is also done, and now let's write for delete mapping. But before the delete, let me copy this and let's write for complete task. So complete task. Here we need only one path variable, that is nothing but id. Okay, let me remove this and write here complete task. Let's give here id. Here we don't need this. Also we don't need this as well. Okay, Now what I'm gonna do is let's write a delete mapping. So copy, Control V. Instead of put, let's delete mapping. Okay, delete task. Path variable ID. And here perform delete task ID. And it will not return anything. Okay. So what we can do is let's write here void and here http status dot no content. That's it. Why void is all right. So I guess our all the endpoints are ready to check now. Let's create one more controller, home controller, Java class, home controller. Okay. Let's give a request controller. We don't need to provide any request mapping. Let's go to this controller. Let's go to get mapping, any get mapping, any. Yeah, let's copy this home controller and instead of, let's provide here tasks. Okay, let's remove all this. This as well. String. What will return here? String. Welcome to task service. And let's rerun it. And let's run our user service as well, because guys you know that we are using task user service, so that's why we need it. Okay, user service we are using inside our task service, so we need to run our users microservice as well. And I guess now it's ready. Okay, it's ready, but let's check this tasks. It should be also ready. Task user service. Let's do this. Oh, why task service is not it's task controller bin method. There is already task controller bin method. What do you mean by that? There is already request mapping handler, task controller method, ambiguous mapping. I guess that will be some task controller. Let's go to here, REST controller, request mapping. provided. That is service. There is already task control. Okay, understand. Our one controller endpoint will repeat, and that is nothing but task and IT. So get mapping. That is port mapping. That is not. That is port mapping. Update task. How is it? Okay, here. These are the same, that's why it's yelling on us. So here we need to provide complete. Okay, so guys, this endpoint and this endpoint are matched with the same mapping. That's why it's yelling on us. Now I don't think it will create any issue, so let's rerun it. Let's check. See, it's working perfectly fine. Let's run it. Let's give here task, and you can see welcome to task service. Now it's time to check our APIs. So let's open our Postman and check it is working or not. It should be work. So first what we are gonna do is let's logged in. It has a login success. I guess Ram have a, let's go to sign up. Pablo role customer. Ram have a role customer, right? Anyways, let's check. Copy. Let's go to environment, global, copy, save, paste. Let's go back. Let's go to get user profile. Let's check. Yeah, Ram have a role customer, but we need a role admin. So let's create one user admin. So let's create full name Josh @gmail.com. Code with Josh. Okay, Josh @gmail.com. It has a role admin. Let's use its JWT. Copy. Let's go to environment, global, and set our variable here. Now let's go to and get profile. You can see Josh role admin. Now what we are going to do is go to task service, create task. So our endpoint is to API task, and let's create. You can see in authorization we have given token, and inside body, title, image, description, and we have given this deadline as well. So let's create it. You can see our task is created. Assigned user ID null, text is also null, status is pending, this deadline, and this. Now let's get all the tasks. So new request. What is this new request about? Get all task. Okay, let me change the endpoint, and you can see all the tasks are coming here. All right, now if I remove status, then it won't make any changes. But if I write here instead of assign, instead of this pending, assigned, then I guess it will be empty. because we don't have any assigned task. Okay, it's already pending task we have. Now if you want to update task, you can update as well. So let's go to body. What is our task ID? So let's go to here. Task ID is 1. So let's give it 1. Here 2. We have provided JWT. Let's go to body. Create burger website. Currently what we have title, create burger website. So let's change the title. Instead of burger, let's give here coffee shop website. And you can see our title is updated. And let's go to get all task, and here also you can see our title is updated. Now let's check find by task ID. So you can see we have given the JWT inside body. We don't need to give anything. Let's find by 2. So we have error that task not found with ID 2. Of course, let's give here 1, and you can see our task is find it. Now, so guys, inside the get all task, currently you can see we have 1 task, but if I delete this task, okay, so let's delete it. And if I go to get all task, you can see now we have empty list. All right, so our all the endpoints are, guys, completed or maybe checked successfully. All right, it's working perfectly fine. And yeah, let me go to here, I guess, complete task. Delete mapping is also done. Complete task. So let's check this complete task. I guess I have missed that. So let's create 1 task again. Okay, its status is completed. Now let's create new request. Complete task. Okay, it should be put mapping, not put mapping. And API task, here I need to give ID. I guess it will be 2. Yeah, 2. So let's give 2 ID. I need to give token, bearer token. And is there anything I need to do? Yes, I need to write here complete. This is the endpoint of our this method, this API. Okay, inside body we don't need to give anything. Now let's hit this, and oh, it's done. You can see our status is done now. Okay, and if I go to here all task, you can see status is done. All right, so guys, our all the endpoints are checked now. All the endpoints are working perfectly fine. All right, so that's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video. In the next video, what we are going to do is we'll implement submission microservice. All right, so let's meet in the next video, guys. So guys, in today's video we are going to build submission microservice. All right, so let's start without wasting any time. Let me go to my IntelliJ IDEA, and here you can see in the first video we have made the task service, then user service, and in the second video we have made task service, and today in this video we are gonna build submission service. So let's go to browser and Spring Initializer. Let's go to Spring Initializer, and let's open this first website, and let's create first our project for submission service. So what we are gonna do is let's choose Maven from here, then package will use Josh, and then artifact, in the artifact will give a submission service. Okay, submission service, and let's give here task submission service. and in the description we'll write submission service for task management. All right, packaging will be jar and our version will be 17. Now let's add some dependencies. So Lombok, first we will add Lombok, then Spring Boot Dev Tool, then let's add Spring Web. Here you can see Spring Web. Alright, now let's add the discovery client, Eureka discovery client. Alright, and now let's add the MySQL driver. So let me search for MySQL driver, then data JPA. Okay, also let's add data JPA. Alright, so that's enough, I guess. That's enough. Now let's generate our project. So when I click on generating, it will okay, not into thumbnail. Let's go back. Actually, inside YouTube, inside projects, inside microservices, task management. Here I need to download this task submission service. So let's save it. Now let's go to, let me close this. Actually not this. Yeah. And let's maximize it. Let's unzip first, extract all. Alright. Now let's go to here. Let's cut it out from here and paste it here. Okay, and I will delete this zip file because we don't need anymore this zip file. Now let's go to IntelliJ, and here you can see our project is not loaded. So what I'm gonna do, I will go to here Maven. I will click on this plus icon and add this project submission, and now I can close this, and yeah, you can see now our project is added here successfully. So let's start it. Okay, and it will ask us to add a suitable driver class. So you can see, as expected, it's yelling on us that please provide me suitable driver class. So let's provide it. What I'm gonna do, I will open my previous project, that is nothing but task service. Go to src, main, resource, application.yaml file. Let's copy all this configuration. Let's go to now submission, open src, main, resources. First let's change the type of our file. So let's refactor it, rename. Let's remove these properties and write here YAML instead of properties. Let's open this, Control V, and here I need to give port 5003. Okay, and instead of task service I will give here submission service. So submission service. Okay, then instead of this YouTube task service I will give YouTube submission service database, or maybe let's give YouTube task submission service. Okay, let's copy this database and create this database in our local MySQL. So let's open MySQL command line. First let me logged in. Oh, it's closed. So let's do it again. Let's give it right password. Again I have made a mistake to write password, so let's do this one more time. And yeah, now let's create a database. So create database, and this is the name of our database. Here we should give YouTube, not only T. So let's YouTube task submission service. All right, Now let's hit enter, and you can see one row affected, our database is created. Now let's rerun it. Okay, and it is saying 5003 already in use. Of course, it's right, it's correct. So let's go to here, and now you can see here I have run this 4 or maybe 5 services. So let me stop all these 5 services. Okay, stop, 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 and stop. Okay, all our 5 services are stopped here. I have stopped. Now let's go to our project and rerun it again. And one more thing, it's saying cannot execute request on any unknown server. Of course, it will give us this error. So we need to go to pom.xml. From here we need to comment our discovery client dependencies. So here it is. Okay, now let's rerun it. And guys, in the previous video and before that video, I have explained that why we need to comment this. Okay, so I'm not gonna explain anymore now. So you can see our project is running fine now. All right, so let's do one thing. First, let's create our home controller. Let me minimize this, and then we can start our project. So let's go to Java, new, and let's create here one package. So first is controller. Let me create one more package, new, model, then service, then repository, all right, controller, model, repository, service, and I guess, yeah, that's it. Now let's create one home controller first. So home controller, let's annotate it with REST controller. All right, and public response entity. Here what should I give? String home controller, then let's return new response entity. Let's give here some string like welcome to submission service, all right, and here I need to give HTTP status code. So HTTP status code will be okay. That's it. And let's annotate it with get mapping, and that's it. Now let's go to here, let's access. So localhost 5003. Empty character literal. Let me rerun it once. Okay, that is the problem. Let's go to here again and let's refresh it once. Let's refresh it once more. Why you are not starting? Please start, please. Is there anything wrong? Oh, our services stopped. So let's start it again. Now let's go to here. Let's refresh this. And oh, that is the mistake. And there you go. Welcome to submission service. Now what I'm gonna do is I will give here submission. Okay, and here also submit. That's how we'll exit it. Okay, so it's working fine, totally fine. Let me close this and let's go to our project and let's start now. Let's go to model, create new class, that is nothing but submission. Okay, and what are the fields we need in the submission? First we need the ID, but before that we need to annotate it with entity, then no args constructor, all args constructor, data. All right, now let's private long and ID. Okay, also we need to annotate with generated value. Strategy will be generation type auto. All right, now let's give task ID. So private, it will be long task ID. So this submission is related to which task? Okay, this task ID here we need to give. Now let's give here a string GitHub link. So user have complete this task inside their Git repository, or maybe it's a local machine. Okay, but first he need to push their code inside GitHub repository, and then he need to provide that GitHub repository link here. Okay, for submission. So yeah, now let's give your user ID, like which user have submit the submissions. So that's why we need to give here user ID. Now private string and status will be pending. Okay, status will be pending by default. Once user can accept, it will be accept or declined. It means admin can change the status. Okay, so yeah, submission time. Okay, so guys, this status can change by only admin. Why? Because when user will submit their task, admin will check the submission is perfect or not. If it's not fine, then he can decline, and if the submission is correct after seeing all the codes, then he will accept the submissions. That means its status will be accepted. All right, so yeah, now let's create the service, submission service. So let's click on new submission service, and submission, submit task, long task ID, string GitHub link, long user ID. So what is the problem here? Okay, GitHub link, user ID, and what else I need for this? User ID. Throws exception. And let me change from class to interface. Now let's write method for get task submission by ID. Get task submission by ID. Task submission by ID. So long submission ID. Submission like this. Okay. Throws exception. List, here we need to give submission. Get all submission. Gets all task submissions. And now here get task submissions by task ID means we'll get all the submissions of any one task. All right, so get task submissions by task ID. So long task ID. So guys, these task IDs will get all the submission of these task IDs, right? Here we'll get all the submissions of these task IDs. I hope you understand. Now submission, accept and decline submissions. Okay, accept, decline submission. So ID and string status. Throws exception. TH. All right, great. Now let's create implementation. So submission service implementation implements submission service and implements all the method. Now let's annotate with service. Okay, now before starting the implementation, before starting to write implementation of all this method, we need the repository. So let's create first repository, submission repository, submission repository. Okay, it will extend JPA repository. So here we need to provide the entity name and ID which are present inside the ID type which are present inside that entity. So ID type will be long, and also instead of class here we need to use interface. All right, and now here we need to write one custom method that is nothing but finding all the submissions of any one task. Okay, so it will provide a list of submissions. Find by, we need to first write find by, then you can see it's giving us this recommendation, but we need task find by task ID. Okay, long task ID. And what I'm gonna do, I will import this. Now let's start to write implementation code of our all the methods. And before this, let's define here task submission repository. So private submission repository, and let's annotate with auto add. Okay, great. Also guys, we need here task service. Okay, why we need the task service inside our submission service? Because you can see here we are providing task ID. Okay, so before providing the task ID, we need to check this task ID is valid or not. That means any task is present in our database which have this task ID or not. So for that we need to use this method. Let me show you that. Inside main, inside let's go to controller, or maybe service implementation. And here you can see we have this method get task by ID. Okay, it will check if task is present with this ID, then it will return the task, else it will throw this exception, tasks not found. So we need to handle this in submission service implementation as well. Here, because this task ID will provided by user from front end, so we need to validate this task ID is valid or not. If task is present in our database with this ID, then only we need to create the submission for this, else we need to throw the exception that this task is not found with ID which you have provided. So alright, now you may have a question like okay, we understand that we need to validate this, but how we can bring that method inside our submission service? Because that's that method was written inside task service, and task service has their own database. Okay, so how we can communicate with task service microservice, task microservice? So we need to establish the connection so that our submission service can communicate with our task microservice. Okay, and for that we need to use OpenFan client. And as you remember, when we have initialized our project, that time we forgot to add OpenFan client dependency. So first we need that dependency. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is let me add a new dependency, OpenFan client, and let's select it. Let's go to explore and let's find our dependency inside here. So you can see that this dependency we need. Spring Framework Cloud, Spring Cloud Starter OpenFan client, and Spring Boot Starter test version. Okay, so let's go to our pom.xml file, and I hope here we have oh no, oh yeah, we have this. All right, so let's go to dependencies. Inside this dependency tag, after this Spring Boot starter test, I will add here open fan clients, and let me reload this beyond changes. Okay, now let's go to here services and create new service. So first let's create task service. Okay, before that let me go to here and enable open fan client for our application. So enable fan clients, and here also we need to annotate fan clients. We need to give name. So name will be submission service, and here we need to give URL. So our submission service is running on port 5003. So let's go to here, let's provide our URL. Okay, that's it. And now what you need to do is just go to controller, task controller, and just copy that method, whatever you want, whichever you want. So I need this get task ID by ID. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I will copy this and I will go to here task service. All right, and one more thing, it should be interface, not class. Okay, we'll create this task DTO. So what I'm gonna do, let's go to this model, create new classes, and task DTO. Inside the task DTO I need the tasks models, all the field. So let's go to here, control chat, let's copy task DTO, provide this. Also we need this task status as well. So let's copy this and paste it over here. All right, now let me import this task DTO. And like this. Okay, so guys, first we need to annotate it with get mapping. Then here we need to provide the whole path instead of only this ID. So our endpoint will start from API and tasks. Okay, and why I have given this endpoint. So let me show you this endpoint in our controller. So you can see here we have ID, but we have this request mapping as well, API task. So our endpoint will start from this API, then tasks, then ID. So that's why we need to give that. Now let's go, let me minimize this a little bit, close this, and let's go to task service. Okay, and also one more method I need here, and that is nothing but completing task, for completing task. So let's go to below this. So let me copy this and let's go to here like this. Here I need to provide task DTO, and here also I need to provide whole path. so it will be tasks. Okay, so our task service is completed. Now let's go to task submission application. Actually not application, let me close this. Implementation. Okay, so guys, now we can find task by using this task ID, but there is one more problem. What is this? You can see here we have user ID as well, so we need user service as well inside this submission service implementation, so that our submission service can communicate our user service along with the task service. Okay, that's why we need here user service as well. So what I'm gonna do is I will bring the user service as well, same like task service. So let me create here new class, Java class, inside this user service. And what we can do, guys, in the previous video, in the task service, we have write this user service. Okay, so from that I will copy this method and I will bring inside this, or let me make it interface. Let's go back one more time and copy this. Okay, and of course we don't have this user DDO, so let's create this user DDO class, and we'll create inside not services but inside model. Okay, and inside this user DDO, so let's go to here we have user DDO, and let's copy all this fields. Let's paste it over here. Now here let's provide no args constructor, all args constructor, and data. Also let's provide this to tasks DDO as well. There's three things. Okay, now let's go to task submission service implementation, and I guess we don't need it now, so let me close this user service as well. Okay, that's great. Now what we are gonna do is we'll write here task service as well. So task service, and let me annotate it with auto wired. Okay, so first let's find the task. So task DTO equal to task, then here task service, get task by ID we have, and here we need to provide task ID. Also it's required two parameter, and what is this? First is ID, second is JWT. Also we need to provide here JWT. So let's receive here JWT and provide it here. JWT. Now what we need to do is let's go to here and make some changes. String JWT. Adapt using get body. Required task DTO, provided response entity. Alright, so let's make some changes inside our task service. Remove this. And remove this as well. And this as well. Okay, and here we'll check if task not equal to null. If it is not null, then we'll create new submissions. So submissions equal to new submissions. Then submission dot set task ID set user ID submission dot set GitHub link submission dot set submission time local date time dot now. And let's return now submission repository dot save and give your submission. Throw new exception, task not found with ID. Task ID. Okay, if it's not null, then create a new submission, and if it is null, then throw this exception, task not found with ID. Now get task submissions by ID. So let's implement this. Instead of returning null, here what I'm gonna do, submission repository dot find by ID. Find by ID, here I need to provide submission ID, then dot or else throw, here I will use lambda symbol, actually like this, new exception, task submission not found with ID. Okay, so let's give here submission ID. Alright, that's enough. Now let's get all the submissions. So submission repository dot find all. That's it. Now here get task submission by task ID. So submission repository dot find by task ID, and that's all. Accept or decline. So here what we need to do, first we need to find the submissions. So submission equal to maybe get task submissions by ID. Okay, and submission dot set status. And here we need to use task service as well. Complete task submissions dot get task ID. submission repository dot save and submissions. Okay, after making all these changes, we need to save the submissions. So guys, what we do here, user will, or maybe not user, but admin will send the status from front end, like it should be accepted or declined. So according this, it will set to the submission status, and after that okay, so you can see here I'm directly giving here complete task. Okay, but it should not the case. Let me make here one condition. If status dot equals accept, only then you should do this. Okay, if it is decline, then no need to make any changes. Okay, just change the status of submission. We don't need to change the status of our task. Okay, but if it accept, then our task status will be done. So yeah, that's it for this. Now let's create the controller. What I'm gonna do, let me create new Java class and create one controller. So it's gonna be submission controller. And let me annotate it with REST controller. Request mapping also we need to give. So what I'm gonna give here, API submission. It will start from submission. So let's complete this first. Submissions. And here we need submission service private, submission service authorize, then user service authorize, and also we need task service. So let's task service and make it task service, give it authorize, response entity submission submit task. And a post mapping, let me give here. Okay, so for submitting task we need task ID and GitHub link. So both are coming from request parameter. So what I'm gonna do is let me give you a request params and a long task ID. Second is request param string GitHub link, GitHub link. And second is, let me accept here request header authorization. Okay, let me remove one, and it's gonna be string JWT. That's it. Now let's throws exception if any found, and let's start our logic here. So user DTO, user equal to user service dot get user profile, and let's give here JWT. Now let's create submissions. So submissions equal to submission service dot submit task, and here we need to provide task ID, then second GitHub link, third is user ID, so user dot get ID and JWT. Okay, now what we are gonna do is return new response entity submission and http status dot created. That's it. Now let's copy this, write another controller that is nothing but get task submission by ID. So let me get submission by ID. Okay, it's gonna be get mapping instead of post mapping. All right, now inside this we don't need any request parameters, so let me remove both of them. Instead of, we need one path variable. So let's give here submission ID, or maybe only ID we can give here, and path variable. Okay, it's gonna be long. Now instead of this submission tasks, let me remove this and get task submission by ID. So let's give here ID, and that's it. Okay, it's done. Now let's create one more method for get all the submissions. So copy, and here we don't need to provide any ID, so let me remove this. Get all submissions. Okay, let me remove this path variable as well. Now it will return a list of submissions. Okay, so let me change the type here as well, list of submission. And instead of this get, let me write here get all task submissions and tasks. That's it. It is also done. Now let's copy this same, and now let's get all the submissions of any one particular task, any one task. Okay, get all the submissions of any one particular task. So for this, here we need to provide task and then task ID. Task ID. Let's give here path variable. Path variable long task ID. And instead of this get all, now what I'm gonna give here, get all task, get tasks, get submission by ID. No, get all task submissions. Okay, and you can see what I need to provide here. Let me click here. Get all task submissions. Get task submissions by task ID. Yeah, we need to use this, and here I need to provide task ID. So task ID, that's it. All right, this is also done. Let me structure this little bit. Yeah, now accept or decline. Okay, so what should I do? Public a response entity, submission, let me copy this, paste it over here. Instead of get mapping, let me write here put mapping, or I need to give here only ID. ID of submissions ID. So, and let me change the name as well. So accept or decline submission. So what I'm gonna do here, accept or decline submissions. Here I need to provide status and ID. So ID, and let's accept status as a request parameter. Request parameter. Status string will be status. And yeah, it will not return list of submission, but it will return single submission. So let me change that here as well. That's it. Instead of submissions, let me write here only single submission. Okay, so I guess guys, our all the controllers are done, means our API are ready to check inside Postman. So let me refresh it once, and then we can oh, it's giving us one error, find task by ID. So here we need to provide task ID. Let's rerun it again, and if all the things are going good, then we can test our API inside Postman. And you can see our project, our application is running fine. So let's open Postman and check it. But before this guys, as you all know that we are using task service and user service in our submission service. So we need to run these two applications as well, means this task microservice and user microservice as well. So let's go to here and run first task service, then task user service. All right, because if they are not running, they are not in a running status, then how our submission service will communicate with user microservice and task microservice. Okay, so make it possible that communication, we need to run our user service and task service as well. So now our all these three microservices are in running status. So now we can check. So what we are gonna do is, let's go to submission service, or maybe first let's go to user service and logged in. I guess Ram, or maybe code with Josh. Let's log in with this. So let's go to login, because it has a okay, let's log in with this Ram's account. Okay, let's copy the JWT token from here. Let's go to environment, global, then change our token, saved, collection, go to collection, then submit task. Let's submit the task. So you can see we have provided task ID is 2, nothing but 2. So let's first check what are the tasks we have. Okay, we have task ID 2. So let's go to here, submit task id to GitHub link this, and we have provided token as well. Okay, so now let's send request. It's saying not found API submit. Instead of submiss, here submission will come. Submissions. And let's go to here. It is saying during this 3 task 2 not found error. API submissions. So let's go to here and check our endpoint. Post mapping, you can see API submissions, API submissions, and these are post mapping, task ID, GitHub link. Okay, let's go to here, task ID, GitHub link, and submissions. Okay, localhost 503, it should work, but why it's not working? Not found. Task not found. Alright, I guess problem with the task. So let's go to task service. We have a problem with this API tasks, then ID. It's not able to find the task, get task by ID. Why it's not able to find? Alright, here we need to guys give 2 instead of 3, because this is our task service, right? And our task service is running on a port 5002, not 3. You can see. So yeah, now let's go to Postman and run it again, and you can see our submission is created successfully. You can see ID, task ID is 2 and user ID is 1, because Ram has a submit this task, and status will be pending. Okay, now get task submissions. So let's get all the submissions of task 2. So you can give here 3 and let's run. Not found. Of course we need to change this submission. You can see we have one submission. Let's create another one. So yeah, let's create another one with the same, and let's go to get task submissions. You can see we have 2 submissions now. Alright, now let's accept submissions and decline submissions. So for that, what I'm gonna do, I will create new request, accept decline submissions, and let's use this submission task. Here we need to provide the submission ID. So let's go to here. We have 1 and 2 ID of all the submissions. So let's decline 1. Okay, we need to provide the status. So let's check how we need to provide inside controller. Let's go to below complete. Status, that's how we need to provide status. Let's write the value accept or decline. okay, and it should be port mapping. Let's try. Let's give it a try, and it's a required header authorization. So let's provide bearer token, and you can see our status is accepts. And let's go to all task, and okay, it has a done status because that time we have checked the API, but you can see it's working perfectly fine. All right, now let's get it again, and you can see the status is accept, and this status is pending. All right, so yeah guys, I guess our all the API is running fine, current working fine. We have checked all the APIs, and no need to worry about our APIs. All right, I guess that's it for this video, guys. We have complete all the APIs related to submission service. So that means our submission microservice are completed here, and not only submission service, but our all the microservices are completed here. First we have made user service, then we have made task service, and now our submission service is also completed. So now in the upcoming video, what we are going to do is, guys, we'll first complete the Eureka server. Okay, first we'll implement the Eureka server for our application, and then we will make API gateway for our microservices. So currently you can see our all the APIs is running on different port, but I want to access all the endpoints with only one single URL. Okay, not different URL. You can see currently if I want to access the submission service, then I need to use this URL like 5003. But if I want to access a task service, then I need to use this 5002 port. Okay, and for user I need to use 5001. But I don't want that. What I want is, I want to access all these services with single endpoint. Okay, means with single URL. Okay, not different URL. So for this we are gonna make API gateway. Okay, so using that API gateway URL, we can access all this API. Then we don't need to use this different ports. All right, so yeah, this thing we are gonna implement in the API gateway, but before that we need to implement our Eureka server. So let's implement this in our upcoming videos. Guys, since now we have completed our user service, task service, and submission service, now it's time to build server for our application. So in today's video we are gonna build Eureka server, or we are gonna implement Eureka server for our application. So now without wasting any time, let's get started. So let's go to Spring Initializer, and first create a project, a Spring Boot project. So let me choose here Maven, type will be 3.2.2, then com.jos, my package name, then artifact ID, let me give here Eureka server, and name will be also Eureka server. Description, let me write here Eureka server for task management project, and package, let me give here only com.jos, and packaging will be jar, and Java version will be 7.10. Now let's add some dependencies. So guys, first dependency we need is Eureka server. So let's search for Eureka server. Eureka server, you can see that we are going to use that Eureka server Spring Cloud Discovery. And is there any, let's use Spring Actuator as well. I don't know we are going to use or not. So Actuator, Spring Boot Actuator. Okay, and yeah, I guess these two are enough for our server. So now let's generate our project. Let's click on the generate, and it's taking time. Let me go to here, YouTube, then projects, microservice, task management, and Eureka server. Okay, so let's save it. Now let's go to directory. Oh, why it's not still done? How much time you will take? Okay, it's done. And let's unzip it first. So extract all. After extracting, and let me go inside it. Here you can see our project. Let me cut it down from here and paste it here. And now we don't need this, so what I'm gonna do is I will delete it. Also, I don't need this Eureka server, so let me delete it as well. Now let's open this microservices. Let's open this with IntelliJ IDEA in new window, and here it is. Let me close it down. Let me close all the project first. And here you can see we have a Eureka server. Now let me select Eureka. Here you can see we don't have Eureka server. So what I'm gonna do, I will go to this Maven and add this project from here. Task management and Eureka server. Okay, then let me close this. Oh, it will take some time. Why it's behave like this? Okay, it's loading, and I guess it's loaded now. So let me close this. Let's go to here, choose our Eureka server application and start. Of course it will give us error. First let me close all this tab because we don't need now. And this failed to bind Eureka auto service registry. Okay, now we need to provide the configuration to the server. So let's open our src folder, not test, go to main. First let's go to here and enable Eureka server. So here I will write enable Eureka server. That's it. Now we need to write configuration in our application.properties file. I will first refactor it and rename its type from properties to YAML. That's it. Now let me give here a port. So server.port, you can see our Eureka server will be run on 8070. Then Eureka.instance hostname. Instance.hostname. Hostname will be localhost. Okay. Then client dot register with Eureka. Register with Eureka, we need to give here false because we don't need to register this service, this server with itself. Okay, we are gonna only register our user service, task service, and submission service with this server. So that's why we need to give here false. Now fetch registry also I will give here false, and let me give here service URL. default zone, not this URL like this, and let me give here default zone, and here I need to provide the URL. So http:// then $, inside this Eureka instance.hostname, Eureka instance.hostname will be localhost, and the here server.port we need to give, and Eureka. So guys, now let me make you understand this. Eureka.instance.hostname, so it will take this host, whatever we have given host name here, it will take this automatically. If our application is running on localhost, then it will take localhost, but if we have deployed our application, then it will take here that deployed URL. Okay, and here it will take the port. So whatever port we have defined here, it will take that port. All right, now that's it for our Eureka server. Now let's run it, and it has given one error: web server failed to start, port 8070 was already in use. Of course, my previous application is running, because you can see that here my application is running. So I need to stop this application. So let's go to here and stop all this. Now let's run it again. And there you go, our application is running successfully. Now let's let me close this once, and localhost 8070, our Eureka server is running on 8070. So let's access it. Currently you can see we don't have any services registered with this here in application. Okay, no instance available here, you can see. Now let's provide the instance, or let's register our user service, task service, and submission service with this server, because now our server is ready. So let's go to first user service. Inside pom.xml, if you remember, I have commented this dependency and told you that we'll comment it out once we implement our server, Eureka server. So now it's time to comment it out. Okay, and give me just 1 second. Okay, after comment it out, what we need to do is we need to write the configuration that this server you need to go and register yourself. So let's provide that configuration to our user service. Let's open our application.yaml file, and here Eureka. But first let me reload this Maven changes, so that, yeah, now let's go to YAML file, eureka.instance.prefer host name, prefer IP address actually. Let's give it true, then client dot fetch registry. Here we need to give fetch registry true because we need to register this user service. Okay, in the Eureka server, if you as you can see, we have given fetch register with Eureka, we have given false because we don't need to register this server with itself. We need to register only user service, task service and submission service. So in that configuration we'll give it true. So first register service. Now let's give it register with Eureka. Register with Eureka true. Okay, and service URL we need to provide here default zone. And let me give it like this. So here we need to provide our Eureka service URL. Like in this URL our Eureka server is running. So and last endpoint we need to give Eureka. That's it. Why it's providing a default zone. Okay, here we need to make one space. All right, now let's go to task service. Or what we are gonna do is first let's refresh this. Okay, then I will show you. Let's start our task user service application. Let's check our user service is registered or not. Let's go to it. Okay, wait. Still it's giving us error. Eureka instance prefer IP address true, client fetch register true, register with Eureka we have given true. Default zone also we have given this 8070. Okay, I have made a mistake here. Now let's run it again. Alright guys, this time we haven't get any error. So now let's go to here and refresh it. See, okay, still we don't have any instance. So what I'm gonna do is let me go to here Maven and reload our projects, all the projects. Let me close this. Eureka server and our server. Let's go to here and let's refresh. Why it's, let's rerun it again. HTTP colon then local host here 8070 and Eureka. Okay, I have made mistake here as well. Here I need to provide this Eureka. Now let's rerun it once again. Actually not this, but our user service. I hope this time it will work fine. Let's go to here and let's refresh. And there you go guys. See here, we have one instance for user service, and if I can click here and let me write here user, or maybe directly. Okay, I guess it's not have any endpoint with this user, so no worries. Okay, now our user service is ready. All right, so what we are gonna do is let's register all our services with this server, like task service and submission service as well. Let me minimize it, copy this thing. Let's go to our task service. First, let's go to pom.xml and comment it out our dependency and reload it. Then let's go to src main resources application dot, actually not this, our task service. Yeah, let's go to src main, then application.yaml file, and let's provide that configuration here. Okay, and this same configuration we need to provide a submission service as well. So task submission, let's go to there, service main and application.yaml file. Let's provide it as well. And now it's time to run our this both service, task submission and this task submission. Okay, let's run it. Also in task submission we haven't comment out our dependencies, so let's do this first and let's reload it. Okay, now let's go to here and refresh. You can see we have task service, user service, but we don't have a submission service. What I'm gonna do, I will rerun it again and let's refresh, and there you go. You can see now we have submission service, task service and user service registered with our server. All right, so yeah guys, that's it for Eureka server. And now in next video what we are gonna do is we are gonna implement gateway for our project or our microservices, so that only one common endpoint user can access our APIs. Okay, or maybe client can access our API with only single or common endpoint. Cause currently you can see here we have 3 endpoints. One for user service we have one port, I mean 5001. Then task, for the task service we have 5002, and for the submission service we have 5003. But when we implement our gateway server, that time we are we will able to access all these 3 services with only one endpoint, and that is nothing but 5000. We'll give there 5000 port. Okay, so yeah guys, let's meet in the next video then. So guys, since now we have completed our user service, task service and submission service, and also in the previous video we have built Eureka server as well for our microservice project. But there is one problem, like if I want to access the user service, then I need to use localhost of localhost 5001. Okay, with that I can access user service. And if I want to access task service, then I need to use localhost 5002. Okay, and also same for task submissions, like I need to access 5003 for that. You can see we have 3 different port in our applications. That means if I want to integrate my backend with the front end, then that time I need to use this 3 different port. Okay, for user service I need to use this, for task service I need to use this, and for submission service I need to use this. But I don't want that. I want that I'm able to access all these services with single endpoint. That means if I run my backend, if I access this URL using this URL, I can access all these services. So I want that kind of behavior in my application. Like with this endpoint, I'm able to access user service as well, task service as well, and submission service as well. So for that, we need to build a gateway for our microservices. Okay, so let's go to Spring Initializer and first initialize our project for gateway and then start. All right, so let's start. So in Spring Initializer, first let me give here, choose here Maven, and let's choose the Spring Boot version. Instead of example, let me give here Josh, and here I will give gateway, name also will be gateway, and gateway for task task management service. Package name will be Josh only. All right, and let's add some dependencies. So guys, first dependency we need is cloud gateway because for implementing gateway for our microservices, we are going to use a Spring Cloud Gateway. So let me search for cloud gateway, only Spring Cloud routing, you can say. Provide a simple effective way to route API service based application, provide getting consent to those APIs such as security, monitoring metrics, and resiliency. All right, so this Spring Cloud routing, guys, we are going to use this gateway. All right, and one more thing, guys, we need to Eureka discovery client as well, because we need to register this API gateway with Eureka server. That's why let's choose Eureka discovery client. All right, and now let's generate the project, and let's save it. Let's go to here, let's open it. Let's unzip this extract all. Now let me go inside this, cut it down and put here, and now let me delete this because I don't want it. And yeah, let's go to now our IntelliJ IDEA, and let me close this all. And here you can see we have gateway. All right, so but here if I check, I don't have that project. So let me add this project, Maven project here. So let me choose gateway and okay. So it's loading and it's done. Now I guess still it's not a come. All configuration gateway. All right, let me start it. And let me maximize little bit it. Oh, what happened? Okay. All right, so it says cannot execute request on any unknown server. Okay, no problem. Let me close all this, close all the tabs. Okay, and let's go to src main. Don't want to refactor it. Why it's looking this? Actually not the server, inside gateway, src main, then resources. First let's refactor it, not new, refactor from properties to YAML file. YAML. Okay, and let's give the server port. So as I told you, our gateway port will be 5000, and let's give the name, Spring application name will be gateway server. Gateway service, I guess like this. Okay, gateway service. Or one more thing guys, we need to provide Eureka configuration, like we need to give it go to this configuration and connect yourself with the Eureka server. So that kind of configuration we need to provide here, like which Eureka server you need to register yourself. So for that, as you all are know that in the previous video we have implemented this for user service, task service and submission service. So let me go to src main resources application.yaml file, and this configuration I'm gonna copy from here and I will paste it over here. Alright, so I have explained each and every line in the previous video guys, so I'm not gonna do it again. And let me make some base here, and now let's rerun it once. Why? Okay, it's taking some time, so let it be. Let's give it some time. Yeah, I guess now it's ready, and let's go to browser and access our Eureka server. Our Eureka server is running on 8070. And here guys you can see we have gateway service as well with the 5000 port. Alright, so our all the services are registered with server. Now let's define the configuration, like or maybe you can say that routes. Let's define a route. Okay, so with this route we will tell our application that if you encountered this endpoint, then you need to go to user service and find that endpoint, and if you encounter that, then you need to go to task service and find that endpoint. Okay, so there's this kind of thing we are going to do here. Let me go here, cloud gateway, then routes, ID, user service, Okay, so guys you can see here we have provided user service first. So first we are gonna set up route for our user service. Now here we need to provide URI, so load balancing, user. So guys as you know that we have registered all our services with the Eureka server. That's why we don't need to provide here localhost URL. Instead of, we can use this service name directly. So let's go to here, and you can see here we have application name. Okay, so this name we can directly use instead of using this port or localhost URL. Directly we can use this name. Okay, so that's the beauty of Eureka server. Now here we need to provide predicts. So inside predicts, let me write here path, and tell if auth slash auth and slash star star. So if you encountered any slash auth endpoint, then you need to go to user service and find that endpoint for the user. Okay, and also if you encountered any endpoint with users keyword, okay, then also go to user service and find that. Also we need to provide one more, like if you encountered any endpoint with API users, then also you need to go to user service. And also if you encountered nothing, then also go to user service and find that endpoint. Okay, so yeah guys, our user service is now ready. So this kind of configuration we need to provide for all, like task service and submission service as well. So let me paste control set, paste it over here. Now instead of user service, let me give here task service, and here also I need to give task service, and inside predicts auth, instead of auth, what I'm gonna do here, if you encountered any endpoint with API tasks, then go to here, also if you encountered with any endpoint tasks /star and remove this predicts. Okay, that's it for task service. Now let's copy this and write for a submission service. Okay, inside the load balancing also I need to give submission service. So let me copy this, provide it here, submission service, and here we need to provide endpoints. If you encountered API, then API and submissions, then go to submission service and find that endpoint. All right. Also guys, inside that we need to provide course configuration. Okay, so for that what I'm gonna do is, let me go to here, let me go to cloud service, and here let's copy all this three. It will come inside the route, I guess. So let me minimize it. Yeah, this is route, and let's provide it. Okay guys, so this credentials, these configurations are for course configuration, so that when we try to access this endpoint from browser, that time it won't give us a course error. That's why we have provide this configuration, default filters, and course allow credential and allow control origins. Then inside the global course configuration, we have given **, means all the front end URL can access this, and allow origin *, allow method, all this method, and all the headers. All right, so that's it. Now let's refresh this, stop and running. Why it's giving us error? Let's check what is the error I have counted. Route function mapping. Okay. Gateway combo route function, creating bin with name, scope target gateway route function, holder instance. No. Instances of supplied bin failed. Why it's failed? Okay, let me check it once. Spring Cloud Gateway, and we don't need this. Wait. We don't need this MVC. So inside this MVC gateway, we have routes. Or let me cut it down once, guys. Now cloud, Spring Cloud Gateway, then we have MVC route. Why do you don't have routes directly? MVC route.map. I guess I have made mistake with dependency. Let me check. Spring Cloud, not this one. Spring Cloud Starter Gateway MVC. Okay, so we don't need this MVC. We need only Spring Cloud Starter Gateway. That's why it's giving us error, and I hope now it will be fine. Okay, and let's reload it. Let's go to task service, not gateways application. Alright guys, so remember one thing, instead of using inside gateway cloud, instead of using gateway MVC, we need only Spring Cloud Starter Gateway, not MVC. Alright, now you can see our error is gone. Now we have route here, routes. Okay, and inside that route I will paste all the thing which I have so let's routes, control set, okay, let's bring this route here. Let's paste it over here. Alright, I guess now it's fine. Also global course, why it's yelling on us? Okay, now it's done. Now let's rerun it once again and check it's running or not. Yeah, it's running fine. Let's go to here. It is also working fine. Let's go to once more here and reload all our projects. Okay, it will reload all our projects. Let's close it, and now it's time guys to open our Postman and check that our gateway is working or not with one common endpoint. So let's check if we can able to access our user service, task service and submission service with one common endpoint, and that is nothing but 5000. So let's open a task management project microservice. And guys, here if you can see, I have trading platform one folder. Inside this, wallet service, user service, portfolio service, order service, stock service, notification service. So this project is in progress. Soon it will come. Okay, so yeah, be ready for that as well. With the microservice architecture, trading platform like stock market and grow just like that. All right, now let's go to here, task server, actually user service. Okay, and inside sign up, now instead of 1, let's use 0 and check if we can able to log in or not. So let me give here Josh 1 and send this request, and see guys, I'm able to get the token. That means our 5000 port of our gateway is working successfully fine. Now guys, for login as well, we don't need to use 01. We can log in with this port directly, and let's go to sign up. Let's copy this. Let's go to environment, global environment. Here provide this, save. Let's go to collection. Let's go to user profile, and instead of 01, let's check 5000. And see, I have get the user details successfully. So okay, our user service is working fine, but is our task service also working fine? Let's check. So let's create one task, create burger website. Okay, let's give this data as well as it is, and let's try. But instead of 2, here we need to give 0, 5000 API and task. Let's create, and as you can see, our task is created also successfully. Alright guys, now let's check for the submission as well. So let's get all the submissions, and with 5000. Oh, it's bad request, required authorization header. Let's give it bearer token, and see, I'm able to get all the submissions of task with 5000 endpoint. Alright guys, so as you can see, our cloud is working fine, and that's it for this video guys. Now from the next video, we are going to start our front end. First we are going to build front end for our project, then we'll integrate this API with our front end, means microservice server with our front end. Alright, so yeah guys, let's meet in the next video here. So guys, finally we have complete whole backend of our project with microservices, and in today's video we are gonna start React part, front end part of our project. Okay, so without wasting any time, let's get started to create a React project. So let me open my file manager, and let's create here one folder for task management project. So I will give it name task management. Okay, and I will open this folder with VS Code. So let me open it with VS Code, and let's wait for the, yeah, it's open. And now I'm gonna open terminal of VS Code. Let me do this, and let's maximize for you. So here I'm gonna create a React project. So npx create React app. This command we need to use for create new React app. or new React projects. Okay, npx create React app, and in this directory I want to create. Okay, I don't want to give any other folder. If you want, you can write here that folder name, but I want to create this project within this directory, so I will give here dot, and let's hit, and now it will start to install some dependencies. Okay, for that we need to wait for some time, so let's wait. Let me minimize it a little bit, and yeah, it will taking too much time, know why, but okay, it doesn't start still. Please start the processing, we are waiting for you. Create React app npx. Oh, what is this image? Why it's taking too much time? It shouldn't be. Why are you taking too much time? Please hurry up. Our subscribers are waiting for you. Don't waste their time. Their time is very precious. Why it's not listening to me? Hey, I'm telling you, please hurry up. Or let me close it, open it once again, and let's try once again. npx create React app, let's hit. Okay, this time it had started. Don't know what happened with previous command. It was also right, but still. Okay, no worries, let's wait for some time. And yeah guys, it's installing. Meanwhile, let me introduce some libraries we are going to use in this project. So first of all guys, we are going to use a Redux toolkit for state management. Okay, and for the component library we are going to use MUI and Tailwind css. All right, this tools library we are going to use in this project. And all right, so let's install first guys material UI. So let's go to docs and material UI installation. This command we need to run, so let's copy this and let's see first that our project is created or not. Yeah, our project is created successfully. You can see here. So let me paste this command here and it will install the material UI for us. Now let's go back and see if there is any other we need to install. I guess not. So yeah, now let's set up the Tailwind css. Let's go to framework, React. So where it is, which create React app, here you can see. Okay, so npx create React app and my project. So we have already created our project, so we don't need to run this command, but we'll run this command. So let's copy it and let's go to our project, and still it's not done with MUI, so I'll let it be. And yeah, now it's done with the MUI, and let's install Tailwind css. After that we need to run we need to change the tailwind.config.js code, okay, with this. So let's go to here and let's replace it. So it's not done. Why? It's taking too much time. Okay, let it be. Let it be. Okay, I guess now it's done. And you can see we have tailwind.config.js file. And let me minimize it and replace with this code. Alright. One more thing we need to do is we need to copy this 3 line and paste it in our index.css file. So let's go to src. Inside src I will open index.css file and let's paste it over here. Okay, that's it. Now I will decrease some code's font size. Okay, I guess that's it. That's pretty much. Okay, our Tailwind CSS are also done. MUI also done. And I guess we'll install Redux toolkit later. Okay, for now we don't need to install it. First let's finish the design. After finishing design, when we integrate our API or maybe connect our front end with the backend, that time we'll install a Redux toolkit. Okay, for now we don't need it. But one more dependency we need is npm I react router DOM. Okay, so let me install it. npm I react router DOM. Yeah, then we can start our project. So yeah, it's installed. Now let's start our project. Npm start. And let me minimize it. Let's go back. Minimize. Okay, it's done. Now let's go to browser and see. So yeah, our project is running. Now let's go back, and first thing guys we are gonna do is change the background of our whole application. Okay, then we'll set the theme. So let's change the background. Background liner gradient I will give here 135 degree TG, hashtag 1A 0B19, then hashtag 150D 2D. Okay, hashtag 162134, and let's see the background of our application. It's not applied. Let me give it here important. And one more thing, let me go to app.js and remove all this because we don't need this. Also I'm gonna remove this app. Okay, I guess I need to give here background color. But with the background color it won't work. Okay, let's create a dark theme first. I guess in this we can give background theme and dark theme. Let's import create theme from material UI. Const dark theme equal to create theme. Inside this we need to first give platelets. Okay, mode will be dark because we have dark mode, and background default hashtag 0c07 1b. Let's give now text. Primary will be white. Okay, so let's give white. Now let's give primary. So this is for our all button and all this thing. Okay, whenever we want to give primary color, that will be work, or that will be come into the picture. So 215.106 here, 255 0.507. Okay, this is our dark theme, and let's apply this theme. So how you can apply this theme? Here we need to use a theme provider, and this theme provider will comes from material UI, and here we need to provide the theme. So which theme you want to provide, which we have currently created. So its name is dark theme, but we haven't export this theme. So first we need to export it to use it here. Dark theme, this one, and here let me give it theme provider, and let's give here code with Josh. You see dark theme before initialization. Let's refresh it. Let's check. Primary provide to argument color is to invalid. Okay, let's see what is the invalid with this. Primary main. Alright, see, our background is currently working fine, code with Josh, but text color is not working. So let's check why text color is not working. Primary. I guess we need to provide the text color here. So let's provide it. Color white. Now it's working or not? Still not working, so let's give it important. We don't need to wrap it with this. Okay, color is also working. Now one more thing I'm gonna give here, overflow X. I will give hidden, and here I will give important width 100 viewports, and it is also important. Okay, that's pretty much it for Now let's go to app.js and first we are gonna create our navbar. Okay, so let me show you that this navbar we are gonna create. All right, so let's go to here, create new folder, page. Inside this page, one more directory, navbar. Guys, if you want, then you can create this navbar inside component directory as well, but I'm gonna create all this component and pages inside this page directory to simplify for you. Okay, let's navbar.jsx rfc okay, let's give some classes to this navbar. Container z10 sticky left 0 right 0 top 0 py3 px5 okay, and inside large px10 flex justify between, then item center. That's it. Now let's create one p tag here for JOS task management. JOS task manager. So this will be the name of our application. Font bold, text large. Let's create here one more div and a name. So let's give code with JOS currently, and let me give some classes to this. Flex, item center, and gap will be the 5, and here we need to use avatar as well. Avatar. Let's choose this C. That's pretty much it. Okay, let's see. We need to use this navbar here instead of this code with JOS. Now I will write here navbar. See how it is easy, how it says it. Okay, now guys, if you can see here, we have given container. Okay, so this container class we don't have, so let's provide it. Navbar.css dot container. So only background I will give here, nothing much fancy, only background. So background image, linear gradient 150 dz, then C24 000 and hashtag 7a72 fa. And we need to import this as well, so let's import it. Navbar.css. see, this is working fine. Let's give some background color to this avatar. So let me go to here and let's give I guess this color. Okay, background color is not working, so let's use here access background color, and it's working. Okay, let it be. Now let's use this image instead of this. So let me remove this src, copy image address, paste it over here. Okay, now let's create this sidebar, guys. Okay, so let's go to here. Inside this page, sidebar, and let's create sidebar.jsx and sidebar.css. RFC, so this is our sidebar, and okay, let me remove this. Here I will give some class name. Okay, minimum height, (85)h. Let's give flex column, justify center, then fixed width 20 viewport, and class name space y5, height full, flex justify center. I'll use here avatar, or maybe let's make it self close. Okay, inside src I need to provide this logo, so let me copy image address and paste it over here. Alright, let's give some style to this as well. For this we need to use sx. Width we can give 8 rem, then height also we can give 8 rem. Okay, let's see. Oh, first we need to call this. Okay, so for calling this we need to create one home page. Inside this home page we are gonna create call it. So let's create home page, home, inside this home.jsx, let's it rfc, let's create this to div, sidebar, okay, and here it's gonna be our, let me give some class name, right side, RIGHT, right side part. Okay, so yeah, this is our home page. This left side is our sidebar, and right side we are gonna call all our tasks. So now for this we need to give some style to this as well. So let's give it large flex px5, large px20, padding top 2.9 vh. Okay, and let's call this home page inside app.js after navbar. See, currently it's look like this. Okay, let's go to home and let's give some style to this as well. So class name, by default it's gonna be hidden. Inside large we'll block it. Width will be 25 vh. Sorry, viewport, and it's gonna be relative. Alright, now let's go to sidebar again and finish this. So first thing we need, what we need to do is you can see this background color, okay, of this card, and also I need to give this border to this logo as well. So first let's give the border, then let me give here class name, border 2, then border not collapse, here I need to give border color C24330. See this border color. Okay, now let's set this background of our sidebar. So for that what I'm gonna do is I will go to index.css and I will write one class here, that is nothing but card. Okay, or maybe not here, let's Ctrl X and let's provide it here, card. Background color will be 0C07 1B. Box shadow we need to give RGB A 215 106 255 0.507. Zero pixel, 20 pixel. Okay, let's give some padding as well. It will be 1 rem and border radius. Border radius will be 5 pixel. That card Okay, and let's provide it card here. It's not working because we need to import that here. Import. Okay. All right. Now it's time to implement this home, done, assignee. Okay, all this tab you can see. Create new, assignee, done, home, logout button. So let's do this. Let's go to sidebar, and here we are gonna create all this menu. Const menu equal to first home. Okay, you can say first home, done, assignee, not assignee, and create new task. All this we need to create here. Value will be home, and role will be admin and customer, both for this. So role admin and role customer. What I mean by that, guys? So if user have role admin or customer, okay, so it will be able to access this home. But let's say if I give here only role customer, that means only those user who have a role customer only able to access home. But if a user with the role admin, that can't able to access and say this home tab inside a sidebar. Okay, that's why we need to provide here role. So let's provide it. Now for all this, I'm not gonna write it. I will copy this from here and paste it over here, this list. Okay, so then done, you can see value will be done, role admin and customer. So done also will be available for both the user. Assigned only available for those user who have a role admin. Not assigned only available for the admin. Create new task only available for the role admin, because customer can't role with the customer, user can't create new task. Okay, and notification only available for a role customer. All right, now let's use this menu here. So after this, below this div, menu dot filter, I will run here filter, because filter also return one array. Okay, so item item dot role, control set, it should be like this. Item dot role dot include. Okay, if it is includes, currently let me hard code role here, but once we integrate our API, this role will be come from the user data. So currently let's give here role admin, or maybe let's give here role, and let's define this role here. Role equal to role admin. Okay, then we need to perform map on this. item, and p tag. We are going to use here p tag. Inside this p tag, let's give some class name. But first let me write here item.name and see it's working or not. Let's say okay, it's working. Now we need to give some style to all this. So let's give class name. I need to give like this, py3. Let's give padding yx3 and px5. Rounded full means border radius full. Text center, also cursor pointer, and active menu. Let's provide here active menu. Const active menu. Oh, I need to provide a state here. So active menu set active menu equal to use state, and by default I will give here home. Okay, by default I will give here home. Active menu equal to item.name. Then what should I need to do is active menu item, else. Okay, these two classes guys we don't have, but these two classes we will provide inside sidebar.css. okay, so let's do this. Then I will explain you in much more detail. Don't worry. First let me finish this. Dot menu item. Let's write the CSS for this. So we need to give here only border 2 pixel, solid, C24 D0, and inside active menu item, let me go to navbar.css I guess, and copy this background image. This we are gonna use here. Okay, background image will be this, and color will be white. That's enough. And logout button, let's give here logout button as well. Logout button, color white, oh, I had made a mistake. Instead of curly braces I took bracket. So here I need to provide the color white. Let's give important background image, Control G. Let's give background image this, and I need to make some changes here for this color. So FF005T. All right. or let's write here custom button as well. Custom button, and color will be white. Okay, these are all the classes we are going to use. So guys, currently you can see with the menu item classes, it has only border, but active menu item, it has a background image, means background as well. So let's go to here and let's check first. See here, these are the only menu item, but currently we have home is a active menu item. But what if I give here instead of home anything else like done? So where I have used this here, let me give here done. Done. So see, done has this background image and this has only border. Okay, but we don't need, we need it to make dynamic. When I click on this, that time it should change. So let's create make it dynamically. So for this, what I need to do is I need to give here on click, on click, and here handle menu change. Let's give here item, and of course we don't have this handle menu change, so const handle menu change equal to item. Okay, set active menu item dot name. So see, now it's working perfectly fine. Okay, when I click on this, it will become set active menu. So what I have done is done here guys, just I have given on click. On this on click I have give handle change. Okay, whenever this handle change trigger, it will set active menu item dot name. Okay, item dot name will come from here, this item will come from here. All right, I hope this will be understandable for you. Now after this, let's create a logout button as well. So here it will come from material UI, and let's give here logout. Okay, a variant will be variant outlined, or maybe we don't need to give here variant because we are going to use here a class name that is nothing but logout button. Okay, and let's see now let's make it some border radius, color, width will be full width, let's make it rounded full. Let's give some class name. So padding will be 0.7 rem. Okay, and border radius, let's give it 2 rem. Okay, all these are working fine, and on click we have logout button. So on click handle logout, let's define here handle logout, const handle logout. Console.log handle logout. Okay, we can see as well. Let me maximize it. Console. See, handle logout is triggered. Alright, so handle logout is finished. Now let's create this task card first. Okay, task card. So let's create it. Task card. Now let me create one directory here. That is nothing but task. One more directory, task card. Inside that we have task card.jsx rfc. Let me remove this and create one more div. Let's give some class. Here we need to provide card. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is let me go to sidebar.css. You can see we have card here. I will copy this and paste it over here so that it will be available for whole application. Okay, now let's go to task card. Inside large it will be flex justify between. Let's create one more div, give some class name, large flex, gap will be 5, item center, space height 2, width will be 90%. And inside large width would be 70%. Okay, let's create one div, class name, image. Inside that src, let me copy this image, copy image address, car rental website. Okay, now let's give some style to this image. Object cover. Class name specify 5. Let's give some class name here, specify 2. H1. So car rental website, car rental website, H1 description. Let's give some more description. Use latest frameworks and technology. To make this website. Okay, now let's give some style to this. Class name, font will be bold, text will be large, and for p tag text will be gray, 500 text will be sm, small. And below this let me give class name to this as well, flex wrap. This is for tag, guys. Okay, gap 2 item center, here let me give some dummy array dot map, okay, here I will use span tag. Inside this let me use Angular or React. Class name I need to give here py1 px5 rounded full, text stack. Okay, so this text stack class currently we don't have. Let's write this, and first let me show you this how it will look. Okay, we don't have card here, so what I'm gonna do is inside home here inside right side part let me give width full, flex justify center, and margin bottom 10. Task list. Okay, we don't have task list, so let's create this task list. Task list.jsx. Okay, and here let me give some class name space y5. So guys, that task, this task card, we are gonna use this inside this task list. All right, so let me give some width to this as well, 67 viewport. Okay, and dot map item, here I need to give task card. I don't think we need it. Let me create one more div, and inside this div let me provide this, and here I can give space y 3/5. space y, let's give 3, and this task list I have already given here. Now let's import it, and let's go to here. It's giving task list is not defined, so let me do this. Okay, currently why it's coming too much bigger. So let's go to task card and finish this. Here inside large, width 7 rem and height should be 7 rem. Okay, it's fixed, but we need to give some style to this Angular text tag. Okay, so let's go to here. You can see here we have given text tag, so let's go to here and give tech stack. Let's give some style to this text stack. Okay, color will be okay, this similar to purple. Color, actually it's not purple but similar to pink. 24000. Border, two pixel solid, this color. Two pixel solid. Padding 0.5 rem and 2 rem. Okay, background image, let's go to navbar.css. this background we are gonna use here. Background image, and background should be background image. If we use this, let me go to, so I guess we don't need to provide this background image. I guess that's pretty much it. Okay, you can see this is perfectly fine. Okay, now what we need to do is let's create form for one more thing here. If you can see, if I click here, assigned user, it will open one this list, user list. See submission, it will also open one list. Edit, it will also open one form for edit task. And also this 3 form we need to create, or maybe this 3 model we need to first create. Okay, and before that we need to give this icon as well. So let's go to here, task card. Still our task card is not finished. Okay, yeah, here let's create one more div, icon button. You can see this icon button. MUI icons. We haven't still installed this modular UI icon, so we need to first install it. Here you will get the command to install MUI icon. Let me open terminal. Let's open another one. Hit this, it will open. It will install all the icons, and let's search for 3 dots, more. Let's copy this, go to here, paste it over here. What is the name of that icon? More what icon? Let's go to here. See, this icon is ready. Okay. Now, when somebody click on this icon, it should open one model. One menu, actually not model, one menu. So let me search for MUI menu, and here if I click on dashboard, you can see it's open simple menu. Okay, we'll use this simple menu. Let's click on show code. Let's go to here, copy all this thing, go to here, paste it over here. Let's change some name. So open menu, handle menu click, handle menu close, and is there anything? No, 3 will be fine. Now what I need to do, let's copy all this, including handle click as well, and let's provide it to this. Instead of open menu, I will write here open menu, handle menu click. Okay, now below this we need to provide menu, so let's copy this menu item. With this menu, copy and paste it over here. Now instead of menu, as I said, open menu, handle menu close. Let's import this menu, import this menu item, and handle menu close, and let's remove this too. Let's check it first. It's opening successfully. Okay, profile. All right, now let's modify it. So let me provide here first role, const role equal to role admin. Here, if role equal to role admin, okay, then what should I do? Else what should I do? Okay, first if it is admin, and let me copy this, paste it over here, assigned user, assigned user, then C submissions, and here edit, and here delete. Or let's when somebody clicks on assigned user, okay, that time handle open user list, handle open user list. So currently we don't have user list, okay, so we need to provide it first. Also here handle open submission list. So of course we don't have submission list. Handle open update task model, handle open update task model. Of course we don't have this model as well. And handle delete task, handle delete task. So these are it's only function. So let's create all this first. Method here, const handle open submission list, or maybe user list first. Handle open submission list now. Handle open update task model. Last, handle delete task. Okay, let's see. You can see all these are open, but when I click, it should open model like this: assignee, submissions, edit. So let's create the model. Okay, so first user list. So let's create here. Okay, user lists. Now what I'm gonna do is I will search here for model, MUI model. When I click on this, it will open one model, and let's expand the code. Let me copy all this code, paste it over here, and let's give here user list. Okay, user list. Now I don't need this button. Handle close I will take from here, so I'm gonna remove it. This is also, and this is also. I will take open from here. Okay, now let's go to task. Here, not here, const open user list. I will define one variable, open user list. Open set open user list. Set open user list equal to use state. By default it's gonna be false, but when somebody clicks on handle open user list, it will be open. So set open user list will become true here. Okay, and let me close as well. So handle close user list. When somebody click on this, first handle close menu. No. Here it should be handle close menu. Okay, and handle close user list. So set open user list will be false here. Now let's import user list. Here user list, let's give it open. So open user list and handle close, not here, handle close user list. Let's check now it's working or not. So assigned user, when I click on assigned user, it's opening this model. Okay, when I click this, okay, it's working fine, perfectly fine. Now for the same, we need to provide model for see submissions and edit. So let's provide the same model for see submissions and edit as well. Okay, for that what I'm gonna do is let's create here one what's the name of it, submission list. Submission list dot jsx. Okay, let me copy this, copy, paste it over here, and change the name submission list instead of user list. Submission list, user list, task card, submission list. Let's go to now task card. Let's do this same thing for handle submission list. So what I'm gonna do is See this thing. I need to copy this two thing. Copy, paste it over here. Instead of open user list, here I will provide the submission. So submission list. Handle close submission list, open submission list. Now let's go to here. Submission list. Open submission list. Handle close submission list. Let's go to here. Okay, this is text in model. Let's change the name first. We don't need this. Submission list. This is user list. User list. Let's go to here. Let's check user list. Submission list are not open. Let's see what is the problem. Let's go to task card. Handle open submission list. Okay, so set open submission list will be true, and handle menu close. Now let's check. See, submission list, user list. Now there will be only one left, is edit. So let's do this for as well. Edit task card. Edit task card. That was task card. Okay, JSX. Edit task form. Let's give here edit task form instead of this. Edit task form. Okay, and now let's go to task card. Update or edit. Okay, whatever. Now let me copy this 3 line, paste it over here. Or update task. Open update task form. Okay, set update task form true here, and here handle close menu, handle menu close. Okay, so whenever somebody clicks on handle update task model, it will open that form and close the menu. So now let's import this as well. Edit task form. Here I need to provide open update task form, then handle close update task form. That's it. Let's go to here, click on edit. You can see edit task form, and when somebody clicks on handle delete, it should close. So let's go to here, handle, menu close. Alright, so guys, we have created the model, but now we need to write the implementation for this. Okay, so let's start this. Assigned user first. So let's implement the user list. Let me close all this. Open user list. Okay. Inside this user list, what I'm gonna do, I will remove this, take one dummy array, 3 is fine, map item. Okay, and let's create one div, class name flex, item center, justify between, width full. Let's create one more div inside this. Here we are going to use a list item from material UI. Inside this we have a list item avatar. This. Inside this we have avatar. Here we have src. Let's copy this image address and use it over here. After avatar we have list text as well, list item text. So primary, here I have primary text. Let's give it full name, code with Josh. Let's give secondary name, secondary will be code with Josh. Okay, and after this let's create one more div and let's give here button. It will be a select button. So let's give here select. Okay, let's give some class name here, custom button. Custom button we don't have, so what I'm gonna do, let's go to sidebar.css. Here, if you know, I have write the class for custom button. I will copy this, go to index.css, provided here, so it will be accessible for all the components. Okay, after this div let's go to here first. Let's check assigned user. See, it's working perfectly fine. All right. I guess padding was too much, so let me reduce some padding. Let's give 2. Two is fine. One more thing, we don't need this border, so let me remove this border as well. And also outline, I'm gonna give it none. Yeah, now it's looking perfectly fine. Okay, what should I remove? What if I remove this? No need to remove it. Okay. Now what we need to do is let's go to here, open this, and okay, here you can see we have one divider, so let's provide this divider as well. So what I'm gonna do is after this button I need to provide divider. Okay, divider. Why divider is not here? Variant insert. From where I have imported MUI material UI. Okay, what I need to do is let me put inside this and out this divider. Alright, now it's working perfectly fine. Okay, one more thing I'm gonna do is let's write here const tasks 3 and 4. Instead of this dummy array, I'm gonna use here task. Here I will use accept index, and I will write one logic here. And what is this logic? I not equal to task dot length -1. Okay, see in the last, now I'll be not able to see this divider will be only here. Okay, so let me explain it once, guys. So here we can accept the index. Okay, index will start from 0. So last index will be the equal to this task length minus 1. So currently what is the length of my task? 1 2 3 4. I have task length equal to 4. Okay, and since my index will be start from 0 0 1 2 3. Okay, so my last index will be 3. So I'm comparing length minus 1 equal to this index means 3. Okay, if it will become equal, then we don't need the provider, I mean divider. Okay, if it's not equal to, then only I need the divider. So yeah, that's why in the last here we'll be not able to see the divider. That's pretty much it for this. Now let's see the submissions. So for submission, what kind of behavior? Okay, see the submissions. So now let's implement this submission list. So let's go to submission list. Remove this. Let's write here one div. Let's give some style space right 2. Okay, what if we don't have any submissions? That time I need to show like this: no submission found. No submission found. And let's give some class name, text center. See, no submission found. But if we have any submission, then we need to show this. So let me submissions equal to let's create one div here, and we don't need this. Inside this div, I'll write submissions dot length is greater than 0, then show submission card. Submission card, else show this div. Okay, but we don't have submission card, so let me create it once. Submission card, and now let's import it, this submission card. Why submission Control Z. Submission card. Okay, let's go to here and see submission card. Okay, now let's implement the submission card. So let's go to submission card, and let's give some style to this rounded empty background black, padding 5, flex, item center, justify between. Class name space y2, div class name flex, item center, gap 2, span github. Okay, here we'll provide the github link. So let's give here div class name flex, item center, gap 2, and tags will be C2400, and here we will use one icon. So open in new icon. Okay, and let's use here anchor tag with the blank. Let's search for the icon, MUI icons. Open this one. Let's copy, go to here, paste it over here, and what we will do here, here we need to provide GitHub link. Okay, so currently let me provide like this, or maybe this. No, what is it? Quick fix. Anchor must have a content and content. Okay, go to link, go to link. This text I will provide here. Okay, now let's write here one more div, class name flex, item center, gap 2, tags access, p submission time, and here p tag, let's give here class name tags gray 400, submission time. Let me go to here, copy this time, provide it here. See, now we need to provide the submission button as well. Okay, our submission time is done here. And let's go to here, justify between. Let me see first. Accept. Let's open guys this website here, copy, inside incognito tab, let's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 coffee shop website. Okay, and let's give the submission, submit, description, finish, website. Let's submit it. Let's go to here. Where is this coffee shop? Okay, I need to refresh this. See submissions. See this type of two icon we need to show first. After accepting or declined, it will become like this. Okay, so let's implement this. Here I will give if true, then this div, else this div. Accepted. Accept. Okay, button size we need to give variant outlined. Color if true then success, else error. Button is not appear here. Okay, let me make it false. See this amazing, but we need to increase the model width. Let me make it 500. Okay, now it's perfect. And let's go to card. Now I need to implement this. So instead of false, let me give here true and start this part. Flex gap 5. Class name text green 500. Inside this div icon button. Check icon. So let me go to here and search for check icon. handle accept or decline. All right, here we need to give accepted. So we don't have handle decline method, so let me define here handle accepted handle accepted decline, accept decline status. Color I need to give here success. Now let me create one more div, class name text red 500 icon button. I will copy this. What is that? Instead of accepted, I will write here declined. Declined. Okay. And the color will be error. Here I will give close icon instead of check icon. Close icon. So close icon, this one, let's copy this and provide it here. Okay, so this is the checked icon and this is closed icon. These are working fine. But now what I need to do is let's go to submission list, and instead of single submission, here I need to use one div. Inside that div, I need to use map, because I will show here all the submission, not only single submission. Okay, that's why submission card. And let's give some space between those submissions. Space y. All right. So it is fine. Our submission is done. Assigned user is done. Okay, now it's time to create our edit model. So let's go to and click here. You see that edit task form. We need to implement that. But before that, guys, I want to create a model for or form for create new task. Okay, then we can copy that form and use here for edit task. But first let's implement this create new task. So for that, what I'm going to do is let me go to here and edit. Let me copy all this code, and here I will write one new file, create task.jsx. And now let's change the name first. Instead of edit form, I will write here create new task form. Create new task form. Great. Now what I want is Let me go to sidebar. Okay, and let's use here fragment. Put this inside this fragment and import here create task form. Now let's go to here handle menu change and check here if item dot name equal to create new task, then what should I do? I need to open that, but before that let's go to task card. I need some state and methods, so let's copy this. Let's go to here, paste it over here. Instead of update, let me write here create task form. Okay, and handle menu close, we don't need it, so let me remove this. Now let's import this use, or maybe what I'm gonna do is let me remove this so that I can remove use effect instead of react dot use state. All right, now here I need to give first thing. Oh, create task, I don't need it here. I need this inside sidebar, so let me write here. And if item equal to create new task. Okay, somebody click on create new task button, then I need to trigger this handle open create model because I want to open that model. Okay, so let's trigger it. Open create task form and handle create task form, these two things I need to give here as a props. So inside open create task, and inside handle close create task. Now let's go to here and check if it is working or not. Yeah, you see edit task form is working fine. Now let's go to and implement this form. So create task, let's go to here. We don't need this now, so let me remove it. Okay, instead of here I will write one form. Okay, let's use here grid will come from material UI. Oh, why it is that? Let's import grid from material UI. Okay, now it should be container, of course, so let's give it container. Then spacing we can give to align items, let's give center. Now let's use here grid item, it should be grid item, so let's give here item. Inside small screen, it will take whole space. Okay, text field, we need to use here text field. And inside the text field we need some properties or maybe attributes, you can say that. Label first we need, so label will be title, then full width. After that, let's give name. Okay. After title, let's give value. So value will be form data dot title. So of course we don't have form data, so let's define it. Const form data, it should be in a state, so set form data equal to use state, it's gonna be object. So let's define some empty field. First title, then image, then description. Description, not describe, description. Okay, then let's take here tag. Tag will be array, deadline, and deadline, new date. Okay, all right. Now let's finish our form. After that, we need to give here handle change, on change, handle change, handle change. So let's write here handle change as well. Okay, we'll implement this handle change later, or maybe let's implement it now. So data will come from here. Actually, what I did here, event or target. Const name and value will be extracted from event.target. So let's write here event.target. Set form data, and name will be value. Okay, so that is done. Now handle tag change. So let's write the handle tag change as well, because we need it. Handle tags change. It will also take events and value. Set selected tags. Okay, now I don't have set selected tag, so let me define this. Const set selected tags, or maybe selected tags, set selected tags equal to use state. All right, now let's go to here and let's copy this. Now we need same text field for the image. So instead of title, I will write here image. Here also I will change image form data dot image I will give here, and handle change will be same. Now let's write the description field. So let's give here description, and here we need to give multi-line, not role or rows. Rows will be 4. Name description, description, and now let's write for the tag. Okay, so it will be autocomplete, not text field. Inside this I need to write text field. So what I'm gonna do is let me go to here and search MUI autocomplete. It should multi selected free dialog. No, this is not. Let's see here, or maybe let's write by ourselves. Okay, so autocomplete inside this we need to write multiple, because we need the multiple values. Okay, so let me show you that. Inside here, when I click on new task, see, I can select multiple values. Okay, that's why we need multiple. Then I need to give here ID as well. So let's give multiple limit tags, multiple limit tags. Options, I need to give here tags, but I didn't define the tags. Okay, so let's define it. Wait, this tag will come from tags. Where it comes from? Let me think. Okay guys, so you see, when I click on this, it's give me this much tag. So I need to define that tag here. Okay, const tags, and let's write all the tags. So Angular, then React, Vue.js, Spring Boot, Node and Python, Node.js, and Python. Okay, is there anything you can write this as well, like Django, Flask, but I don't want to write that, so let it be. All right, now what I'm gonna do is image. Oh, where okay, option tags, then on change I need to give here. On change I will give handle tag change. If you remember, we have write handle tag change. Then get option label, get option label. Okay, option and option. Render input, so params, then here I need to give this text field, so let's give here Control X, Control V. Label text placeholder, let me give here we don't need now value and name. I don't think we need the placeholder as well, and let me write here params. Okay, now let's check it's working or not. So create task, and yeah guys, you can see it's working perfectly fine. All right, so now what I'm gonna do is let me show you once where you can find the documentation for this. Currently for the multiple I have only this one, so if I show you the code of it, this autocomplete, and there is too much code, that's why I don't want to copy that and I have write myself. But let's find something easier. Okay, here I hope it will easy code. Yeah, that's the thing which we have used. See, autocomplete, multiple id value on, and all the documentation you can see here. Option tag value dot map. Okay guys, so yeah, this thing you can refer here. If you don't want to write code, then you can copy paste from here as well for the autocomplete. All right, now let's write for the date picker. So let's go to here and change check for date picker. Date picker, date and time picker. Okay, from MUIX. So we are gonna use not this date picker time component, date time component. Yeah, we are gonna use this. Okay, but I guess we need to install something, or let's expand the code, then we will get something. First, let's go to here, let's write our grid, and then inside grid we will import it. Okay, so grid, it will be of course item access, let me give here 12, localization date picker, localization and date picker. What is this? Demo container. So let's copy this and paste it over here. Of course, localization we will not find, and I don't need this demo container, so let me remove this demo container. Date picker and localization, this two thing I need to import. So what I'm gonna do is also this adapter days. Let's go to here, and let's see how it's installed. Getting started. Install MUIX date picker and install day.js. There's two things I need to install. And what is this? The date and time picker package has a peer dependency on material UI. Of course, so material UI we have already installed. So let's install this two things. First we need to install this. And then this day.js, copy and paste it over here. Oh, it's installing, and let's now install this. And you can see now localization is available to import. So it is imported, and let's import this date picker as well. Okay, and this adapter day.js will come from day.js. So let's import it manually. Let's go to here, date time component, date time picker, expand the code, and here it is. Let's copy this, paste it over here. Alright, it's working perfectly fine. Let's go to here. See, this is working perfectly fine. But we need to give it full width. So let's change the width of it. I need to give some class name here. Width full. Okay, or maybe full width. It has a already no. Okay, no worries then. So label will be deadline. Let's give here deadline. On change. Okay, so of course we don't have we haven't tried on change for this, so we'll write it. On change equal to handle deadline change and render input. time picker. Let's render the input as well. Render input equal to params text field params. Okay, that's it for this. Now let's create a button. So let me copy this, paste it over here, remove this containerization. Instead of, I'll write here button localization, not containerization, sorry guys. Now let's write here create. Of course it's gonna be full width, and let's give some sx. Padding I will give 0.9 arium. Class name, where should I give here? Class name here. Okay, custom button. If you remember that we have write this custom button class inside index.css, and let's give here type submit. All right, now let's write the handle date change. Handle date change. Const handle deadline change. And set form data, so it will take date. Set form data. Form data and deadline, let's give here date. Okay, now let's write here handle submit. Okay, const handle submit. Let's take e from this, e dot prevent default. Why we need to write this line, guys? Because form has a default behavior. Whenever we click on a submit, it will refresh automatically. Okay, so yeah, to avoid that kind of error and problem, we need to write e dot prevent default. Const deadline equal to form data. Console.log form data. And here handle close. Okay, but one more thing, guys, I need to do is whenever we submit or whenever we try to create new tasks, that time we need to change the format of this date. Okay, because inside the backend or Spring Boot, we have given different type of date, and inside front end we have a different type of date. So for matching those, we need to do some modification. Okay, and what I mean by different types, so let me show you that inside the task service. So here you can see task service src main. Inside model, see the deadline. Okay, it's a local date time, and here also it will come inside in different format. So we need to make it in same format, only then it will work, else it will throw error. So what I need to do is okay, let me first show you what is the difference between those. Here I'm encountering one error, but let me refresh this. Not user lists, whatever, not user list, task list. I want fetch task. See here. So if I open first task, let's check the deadline. See deadline in this format. Okay, let's copy this and paste it over here. Okay, we have deadline inside our backend in this format, but if we check this deadline which we have currently right here, so let's do this. Deadline or deadline, and let's give submit on submit this handle submit. Okay, and let's check the our date our format. So title, create car rental website, image, whatever, description, it should be at all, ignore it. Let's do this. Vue.js, let's select the deadline and let's click on create, and let's see our form data. See here, so we have deadline in this format currently. Okay, it's not our format deadline, see this, and inside this, if you can see deadline here, we have like this deadline. So it's not a readable format. You can see here 2024, and the month is coming here, this day is coming here, or maybe week. What is this? D, I don't know. H means hours, language English. What is this? M, minute, 5 minutes maybe, or yeah. So these are the things, guys, we need to take care. So now let's create this in readable format, like in this format. Okay, 2024 to 29 is date, then this, all this, whatever. Okay, so let's write one method. And let's write here one method, not here, let's write here const format date let we need to destructure all this thing like $y, so it will be year. Okay, and all this thing we have here, guys, you can see y, see $year, that means year. Then we have m, capital M, this will be month. Then we have d, this will be day. Okay, h means hours. Then m, small m will be minute. Then s means second, and ms means millisecond. Okay, this all thing we need to destructure from this. So what I'm gonna do is let me go to here and search for create task form, copy this because it will take too much time to write. See, all right, guys, y means year, m means month, d means day, h means hours, small m means minute, s means second, and ms means millisecond. Now const date equal to new date, and inside this we need to pass all variables like year, month, day, hours, then minute, then seconds, then milliseconds. All right, now const formatted date equal to date dot we have one function here to ISO string. Okay, and let's return this formatted date. Now what I need to do is let's go to here, form data dot deadline equal to form data and form data dot deadline, okay, equal to first we need to format this date. Okay, so format date, and here I need to provide that deadline. Form data dot deadline. Okay, now it's formatted, and let's write here form data dot deadline. Let's see now what is the format of it. Angular, this, let's choose this and give it okay. Go to here and create, and see, now deadline is in this format which we want. Why tag is coming null? I don't know. Let's check. Angular React. Tags. Okay, and here tags are coming null. Let's see. autocomplete handle text change. And set selected tags. So it will be value. Okay, one more thing we need to do is here, after setting deadline, we need to change form data dot tags as well. Form data dot tag. I guess I made a mistake. I need to write this tags like this. Tags equal to selected tags. Okay, let's check it once more. Title whatever, image whatever, description whatever, tag this to tag. Let's select this as well, close this and create it. And see, this time we have two tags, Angular and React. Alright, this is working perfectly fine. Now let me close this, copy this and go to update, edit task, paste it over here and change the name first. Update task form, or maybe edit. Edit task form. Edit task. Let me change the name, edit task form. Okay, now let's go to task card, or maybe inside Frontend. Let's open edit, see this. Okay, but all this field should be filled. So what I'm gonna do is instead of create, now here it will be, oh not this, it will be filled, or update, sorry, update. Okay, I need to write what I have closed. Okay, let me make it here. All right, so let's go to here, and I need to create one use effect. Okay, I have closed my VS Code. So what I'm gonna do is, let me open, it's empty. So let's go to here, YouTube projects, Frontend, task management. All right, so I have by mistakenly closed this, but yeah, now it's fine. And let's go to here. Let's write one use effect. But currently we don't have any data, so yeah, let's do one thing. We'll implement this use effect once we when we integrate API, because currently we don't have a backend data. We need the backend data for fill all these fields which are coming from backend. What I mean by that, so let me go to here, and so guys, you can see that whenever I click on edit, you can see this all these fields are already filled with the data. Okay, and then we can edit these details. So yeah, that thing I want here as well. That's why we need the backend data, but currently we don't have, so let it be. And now I need to write this as well, npm start, because currently, if you can see, if I close it, and okay, now let's write the login and logout page. Let's implement the login logout page. So first let me log out, and it will redirect me to here. Let me refresh it once. Okay, it's working perfectly fine. When I click on sign up, you can see this sign up page here, role admin and role user you can define. Okay, if you want to sign in, you can sign in, sign up. So this beautiful page we are gonna implement, guys. See how it is, how it's beautiful effect. Okay, so let's do this. What I'm gonna do is let me close all these pages and create one page, auth. Let's click here, auth.jsx. Okay, auth.jsx. Okay, and let's start to implement it. Let's give some class name here, flex, justify center, hide screen, then item center, overflow hidden, that's it. Now let's create one more div. Class name here I need to give box. All right, guys, so box we haven't defined any CSS class for box, so we'll define it or declare it, don't worry. Max width for Excel, div class name, okay, cover, of course we don't have cover, so we'll define it. And here I need to give like is register. Okay, is registered, then rotate active, else nothing. So of course we don't have rotate active class as well. First let me define this is register state, const is register, and set is registered equal to use state. By default it's gonna be false. Okay, and const toggle panel. So what is this toggle panel? Let me explain it later. First let me finish this. So whenever this toggle panel will triggered. If register is false, then it will become true. If it is true, then it will become false. Okay, and when this toggle panel will trigger, so let me show you this as well. Whenever user will click on sign up and click on sign in, that time this toggle method will triggered. Okay, on this button will trigger this toggle panel. Now let's go to here, and inside this let me create one more div. Let's give here class front. Okay, so this front, cover, box, rotate active, all these classes we are gonna write later. First let me finish this image. So let's go to here, and I'm not able to copy that image, this image. So what can I do? Let's go to auth.jsx and let's copy this image from here. Copy image, paste it over here. Okay, this image we are gonna use, so let's copy this and paste it over here. Alt Z. Below this image let me write one more div, class name text, span, class name text1. Okay, this text and text1, these are not coming from Tailwind CSS. We'll write these classes by ourselves. Okay, success is built upon well organized tasks. Okay, this is our tagline. Now let's write another span. Let's get connected. Let's get connected. Class name text2, text access, let's get connected, and let me make it format so that this let's create one div. I guess it's finished by this. Yeah, now let me give here a back. So it was front, now this will be back. Let's give image here as well. So let's go to here. If I can copy this image, no, I'm not able to. What I can do is let's go to here, minimize this front, and copy this back image. Let's provide it here. Okay, now this back is done. So let me do this. Okay, here we'll write our form. So let's write here class name forms. Of course this class also we don't have, so we'll write it. Height will be full. Let's create one div. Let's give some class name, form content. Okay, form content also will write div class name login form, and here we need the login form, and let's create here one more div for sign up form. Sign up form. Okay, this two form we currently don't have, no worries. So let's write here sign up form and sign in form. Sign in form. All right, and let's go to here, and one more thing, let's go to web.js. Let's minimize, comment it out, and let's write here auth, call here auth. In this format we have, okay, because we haven't write CSS. So now let's write the CSS, auth.css. Guys, I'm gonna copy all the CSS from here, and I will explain it once, don't worry. So we have some Google font, you can see that. After that, in star we have margin 0, padding 0, box sizing border box, and font family we have Popsin and sans serif. Then box class, as I told you, position relative, width 100%, padding 40 pixel, 30 pixel, box shadow, this you can see, perspective 500 pixel, and height 70%. Okay, you can increase this perspective as well. What is this perspective? So let me show you this. Let me close this, and first let me import this CSS. Okay, so import auth.css. I don't think currently you will be able to see the perspective, because for that we need to implement the button. Okay, but let's try. When I give true, see, it's immediately it's changing. Okay, I will show you this later. Let me first finish this. Then box, then cover. Okay, position absolute, top 0, left 50%, height 100%, width 50%, z index 98, transition on 1 second is transform origin left, then transform style 3D. Okay, then box rotate active, I told you that rotate active, transform rotate y 180 degree, box cover front and box cover back. This position absolute, top 0, left 0, height 100%, width 100%, and back face visibility hidden. Cover back, so this is only for the back. Then cover before and after. All right, then cover after, see this, all back face visibility hidden. Then box cover image for the images, box cover text. Okay, then text 1, text 2, form content, of course, a login form, sign in form, and text style. Okay, so this is the guys simple CSS. Now let's write our sign in form and sign up form. Sign up.jsx rfc, and let's write here sign in form as well, rfc. So first let's implement the sign in form, then we'll implement sign up form. Okay, const form data, set form data equal to use state. Email and password. Okay, let's start now. Let's write here handle change as well. Handle change. So what we are gonna do is first we'll extract name and value from e.target event.target target. Okay, then set form data, and name and value, new field, whatever we get, new field value, that's it. Const handle submit, e dot prevent default, console.log. Let's write here okay. Now let's start writing our form. h1 login. Let's give some class name to it. Text large, font bold, text center, pb8, text style. Then let's create one form. Let's give here handle submit on submit. On submit, here we'll give handle submit. Okay, and text field, of course. Full width label name type, full width label will be email, sorry. Then name will be email, type also will be email. Then value equal to form data dot email. Then on change, handle change. Then placeholder, we don't need it. Enter your email, or maybe, okay, let's write placeholder. Enter your email. Okay, and same for password. So let's give here email, password, name, password, type password. Type will be password, email dot form data dot password. Handle change, enter your password instead of email. Let's write here password. Okay, now let's create one button. So guys, what I'm gonna do is we have created one button for task create dashboard. That button I'm gonna copy it. So let's go to here and copy this. Let's use this button here. Now let's okay, we are not using here a grid, so let's write here div and let's import this button. Instead of create, let's write here login. Okay, that's it. Control F. Now let's go to auth and write here sign in form. Okay, let's go to here. I need to make it false so it can show the login button. Sorry, login form. Yeah, see, this is okay. Let's go to here. Alt Shift F. Let's go to sign in form. Let's give some class name space y3. Okay, this much space is enough. Now let's go to below and after form let's create one more div. Here I will give span already have an account. If you have already account, or maybe if you don't have account, then you can sign up. So let me write here one button, sign up. On click, I need to give here toggle panel, and this toggle panel I will receive from here. So let's receive it. Toggle panel. We need to provide this toggle panel here. Toggle panel. Okay, when I click on this, you can see it's working perfectly fine. Now let's go to sign in and style this little bit. Class name margin top will be 5, flex item center, then gap 2, py5, justify center, and that's it. Let's refresh this and see. Okay, now it's looking fine. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I will copy this, go to sign up, paste it over here. Instead of sign in, let's write here sign up. Let's go to here, let's change here as well, sign up, and already have account, no need to sign up, you can sign in. So let me give here sign in. Okay, let's go to auth and provide here sign up form. Sign up. Let's provide here toggle panel. Let's go to here. Oh, sign up, sign in, sign up, sign in. Great. Now let's change this form. So first I need to change is header. Header will be the registered instead of sign up, and second thing, button name register. Okay, some more fields we need to add. Let's add it. What are those? nothing but full name and role. Okay, so for the full name, I'm gonna copy this, paste it over here. Instead of email, let's write here full name, then email full name. Let's remove this tab because it's by default it's gonna be text under your full name. Value will be full name, form data dot full name. Okay, and for role we need the select input. Okay, so let's do this. What I'm gonna do, let's go to here, select MUI, this one. Okay, let's use this. So form control, let's copy this form control, let's go to here, below the button. Okay, import this, input label, instead of age let's give role, select, instead of age value will be form data dot role, label will be role, handle change, menu item, value let's give it role customer and role admin, role admin. Okay, let's change here as well, it will be user and it will be admin, and we don't need this third one, so let me remove this. Okay, let's go to now browser and check it is working or not. Okay, it's working perfectly fine. So yeah, that's it. Let's check form is working or not. Console, full name, email, password, role admin, let's say undefined, role customer. Okay, this is the one problem we have, so let's fix this. We didn't provide here name. Okay, name will be role. Now it shouldn't create any issue. I guess I need to refresh the page. Ram Arora, email this, password. Okay, let's give email, user, register. Okay, so see, all these fields are coming perfectly fine. Email, full name, password and role. Alright guys, so that's it for this video, and now let's meet in the next video. In the next video we'll integrate all our API and finish our project. So guys, finally in the previous video we have completed front end part of our application, and in today's video we are gonna set up routes in our project, then connect front end with backend, we'll integrate API in our project and make it fully functional, and finish our project. So without wasting any time, let's get started. So let me go to my VS Code And as you can see, I'm in my VS Code, and let me close all this file first. Then let's npm start. And I hope I haven't installed the React Router DOM. So first I need to install React Router DOM for routing part. So let's go to here, open new terminal, and let me maximize it. Okay, let me run here npm I react router DOM. Okay, it will install React Router DOM in our project. Now let me okay, so you can see it's installed. Now let me minimize it, and let's go to sidebar first, or maybe okay, let's go to here and explore our routing part. So filter, assigned, not assigned, create new task. Okay, alright, no worries. Let's go to sidebar, sidebar.css, handle menu change here. Okay, here we need some hooks first from the React Router DOM. So first I need is a location. So let's use location. Okay, use location hook from React Router DOM. Alright, now let's use this use location hook here. Let's go to handle menu change. Okay, you can see here inside handle menu change we have handle open create model. So let me go to here, and when I click on create new task, it's okay, it's not my website, but that is so. Okay, let's go to first app.jsx, or maybe yeah, app.jsx. So here what I need to do is currently you can see I have commented navbar and home page. So I don't want this type of behavior, but what I'm gonna do, let me create here one more. Why I'm not able to create the div here? Okay, let's put this two thing inside the div. Comment out. Not able to comment out. Okay, let me remove this and remove this. Okay, and here what I'm gonna do is let me use here one variable user equal to use state. By default let me make it false. Guys, I will change it. Currently let's use just boolean value, but we'll change it once we finish the routing part. Okay, so yeah, let me write here just for a temporary. So if user, then show this, else show the this auth. Let me make it here, and by default let's put it true. So it will show us the home page. Why it's not showing user? Yeah, it's true. I have made a mistake here. Okay, instead of use state, let's use here true, just true. Use location may be used only in the context of a router component. Of course guys, let me show you this why its error is coming. You can see here I have used here use location from React Router DOM. See, it's coming from React Router DOM, but after installing React Router DOM, it's not done. We need to wrap our application with the provider. So let's write here browser router, browser router. Okay, browser router will come from a React router DOM. Now you can use all the React routers hook inside our project, because we have wrapped our whole application with the browser router and it's coming for React router DOM. So let's go to and see our whole error was gone. Okay, it is coming, but now let's go to sidebar. Inside sidebar location, after here in that handle change, you can see if item.name equal to create new task, then it will open create task model. So when I click on this, it's opening create task model. But here you can see we have a border and I don't want this border. So let me remove this border. What I'm gonna do is let's write here create task.jsx and let's go to here. Let's remove this border and also let's remove outline none. Okay, so yeah, now it's look like this and it's perfectly fine. Okay, so you can see in our actual project, guys, this is our deploy project. Whenever I click here, you can see filter value are changed. So assigned, then not assigned, that means pending. When I click on done, it's done, and when I click on home, it's get cleared. Okay, so this kind of behavior we need to implement. So let's go to our VS Code and inside the sidebar handle menu change. Here I will check if item.name equal to create new task, then open that form, else if item.name equal to home. Okay, then what should happen? If item.name equal to home, okay guys, wait, give me just 1 second. Okay, if item.name equal to home, then we need to clear all this filter. You can see, wait, let me go to here. This filter is coming, but when I click on home, this filter get cleared. Okay, so let's do this. But before that, I need here params. So const updated params equal to new URL search params, and here I need to give location dot search. Okay, so updated params dot delete, and what I need to delete is a filter key. Okay, now const query string equal to updated params dot to string. Updated path. Now updated path equal to query string. Okay, query string. If there is any string, then what should I need to do? I need to navigate it to location dot path name. I need to provide here location dot path name. Then guys, let me first finish, then I will make you understand it. Okay, no worries. else what happen? Else just give location dot path name. And then navigate it. Navigate. So let's define here navigate. We don't have navigate. Const navigate equal to use navigate. Okay, use navigate come from React route.dom. And here I need to give updated path. That's it. So guys, what I'm doing here, first I will check after delete the filter if there is any other query parameter in our URL. If yes, then what I will do, first I will write that query string, then location dot path name, and then first location dot path name and then query string, whatever present inside. Like let's say I have let me write here. I have a login. Okay, after login I have filter, but filter I have done, and other also I have like here sort. Okay, sort query string. So when I perform this update params dot delete, it will delete. Filter will be deleted and it will be only sort. And now when I updated when I do updated params dot to string, what I have left is only string, like just sort. This thing I have left after that. Okay, after deleting filter, this thing I have left. So I need to attach that after the location path. Okay, so you can see location dot path name. After I will attach this query string. Oh sorry, I don't have this as much. Only I will rest. I will I have left is sort. Sort is only left there. So we'll attach that sort here. And if not, it is if it is empty, that means if we have only filter. Okay, when I delete filter, it's gone. And my query string will be now empty. If it is empty, then I need to give only location dot path name. Okay, so that's the thing I am doing here. Now let's guys, it's a basic React, you should know that, but yeah, I have explained you. Now let's move to next part, else. So this is for deleting or clear the filter, but we need to give filter when somebody clicks on done, somebody clicks on assign, not assign. We need to provide here filter. Okay, so let's do this. What I'm gonna do is updated params dot set filter item dot value. Okay, that's it. And let's navigate it. And navigate location dot path name first. Location dot path name. Updated params dot to string. That's it. Let's go to here and check it's working or not. You can see filter assigned, filter done, filter pending, but when I click on home, it's gone. So our routing part is done, guys. Here it's working perfectly fine. Now what we need to do is start integrating our API and connect our front end with the backend. So let's do this. For that guys, we are going to use here Redux toolkit for state management. If you know about Redux toolkit, or maybe Redux only, then you should also know about Redux toolkit. Here you can see get started, quick tutorial. Let's get started. Here the Redux toolkit package is intended to be a standard way to write Redux logic. It was originally created to help address 3 common concerns about Redux. I have to add a lot of packages to Redux to do anything useful. What is this? Configuring a Redux store is too complicated. Oh, I have added a lot of packages to get Redux to do anything useful. Redux required too much boilerplate code. So guys, because of 3 points, they have built a Redux toolkit. First, it says that configure a Redux store is too complicated. Okay, configuring a Redux store, it's too complicated, and Redux toolkit said that we will simplify that thing. And here it said that I have to add lots of package to get Redux to anything useful. You need to add lots of package, and Redux toolkit says that I have done this thing with minimum packages. Redux required too much boilerplate code. It says that Redux required too much boilerplate code, and Redux toolkit says that I will decrease the code. Alright, let's see how to install Redux toolkit first. So this is the command for creating React app, but we have already created, and this is the command which we want to run for installing Redux toolkit. So npm install redux.js toolkit. Let's go to our VS Code and paste it over here. So it will start install a Redux toolkit. Let me make it here till that. Now let's go to here, and this is for, you can see, if you need React binding, that means if you want to connect our Redux with React, that or connect our React with the Redux toolkit, then we need to use this. So this package guys will work as a bridge between our Redux application and Redux toolkit. So that's why we need to install this. Let's install it. Alright, that's it. Now let me minimize our pages and create here new directory, Redux toolkit. Redux toolkit. Guys, you can give anything name here, a Redux toolkit, Redux. Also some developers like to give here a state. Okay, some developers like to give name store. Okay, whatever suits for their choice you can give. Okay, if you like store, you can give store. If you like state, then you can use here state, or if you like Redux only, you can write Redux. But since we are using Redux toolkit, and I hope there will be beginners as well, they are watching our videos, so for simplifying things for them, we are using Redux toolkit. So easily they can find Redux toolkit folder and understand that what is the code inside this directory. So that's why I'm using Redux toolkit. Now let's create your store.js. Okay, so guys, if you know Redux, then for creating store we are using legacy create store, but there is something different with the Redux toolkit. For Redux, inside Redux toolkit, and if you use Redux toolkit, then we can't use create legacy store instead of, we need to use here configure store for creating our store. So let's use here configure store. You can see it's coming from Redux toolkit, configure store. And here we need to provide reducers. So let's provide a root reducer. Of course we don't have root reducer, so let's define here root reducer equal to combined reducer. Okay, all the reducer will combine here. Task and okay, currently we don't have any reducer, so let it be. And after that we need to provide a middleware here, and get default middleware, get default middleware. Why it's not coming? Get default middleware, or you can guys give anything. Get default middleware dot concat and thunk. Now thunk will come from Redux thunk. So we haven't installed this Redux thunk, so let's install it. npm I redux thunk, and we need to export this store as well. So let's export default, guys. One thing I amazed that let me first write like this. What thunk? It's coming from Redux thunk. What I have installed? Redux thunk I should install. Let me remove this, not this thunk. npm I redux thunk. And this thunk, redux thunk. Okay, so guys, one thing I amazed is that he said that here, if you can see, he said that Redux required too much. No, not this. I have to add a lot of packages to get Redux to do anything useful. Okay, here he said that can't solve every use case, but in the sprint created here, we can try to provide some tools that abstract over the setup process and handle the most common use case. Okay, I thought he said that will decrease the packages, but as of my knowledge, inside Redux also we need to use this Redux thunk, Redux toolkit, React Redux. I guess packages are the same in both Redux and React. And second thing, configure a Redux store is too complicated. That's also not true. Same complexity we need to face in Redux toolkit as well. Okay, and third thing, he said that Redux require too much boilerplate code, and let's see Redux toolkit solve this or not. Okay, this two use cases are wasted, but let's see this. Redux require too much boilerplate. It's decrease our boilerplate code or not? Let's see. Alright, so our store is configured. Now what we need to do is let's create our slice. So guys, inside Redux we need to create 3 files. First, for action type, second for reducer, and third for action. But that's not the case with Redux Toolkit. Inside Redux Toolkit, this all three files code will write inside only one file. Okay, yeah, so that's the thing that is better than Redux. So yeah, we need to accept that Redux Toolkit solve our problem, that problem. So let's write here now auth slice dot js. And giving us just 1 minute. Okay, so first let's write the action, and one more thing, let me create one directory for API as well. Inside this, let me write api.js. Okay, and let's create Axios instance, but we need to first install Axios. So let's install it, npm i Axios, and export const ABI equal to Axios.create. Here we need to provide base URL. So let me define here base URL const base URL localhost what is our backend API? Let's say I guess it's running on 5000, not. Yeah, our base URL is running on localhost 5000. So guys, let me show open our backend and tell you one thing. First guys, if you haven't open your backend and haven't run your backend, then please run all the services. You can see here I am running all my services. And one more thing guys, I have made one small changes inside application.configuration and inside course configuration method. Okay, inside course configuration, what I need to do is you can say cfg.set allow origins. Before that I was using, let me do this, and star. Before that I was using here star. Sorry, like collection.singleton list. Before that I was using a collection.singleton list, but I need to use here as an array list. Okay, and inside this array list you need to provide front-end URL from which you want to access this backend. So firstly I have given this deployed URL, and second I have given this my localhost URL. Okay, if your backend is running on different port, then make sure you add that URL as well here. And if you deployed your front end, then also don't forget to add URL of your front end project. Okay, so now let's go back and copy this localhost 5000. Go to here. Our backend is running guys on localhost 5000. If your backend is running on different port, you can change as well, right? Now inside base URL, let me give here base URL headers content type application JSON, and export const set auth header. Set auth header method we will give here. It will take token and API, okay, which you want to set the header. So let's check if token, then API dot defaults dot headers dot common. Authorization, and inside this authorization we need to set a bearer token. Bearer token like this, bearer else delete. Okay, if token is not present, then API dot defaults headers dot common authorization. All right, now let's go to auth slice and start writing our method, or maybe action, you can say that. Export const login first, login method. Okay, so here guys we need to use create async thunk, okay, and here we need to provide auth login. Why auth login? So guys, you can assume this auth login as a type. Okay, inside Redux we need to provide action type. Okay, and inside Redux tool will provide here action type in this format, like auth slash login. Why auth? Because this is auth slash, you can give anything name, but it's recommended to, and not only recommended, but it's highly recommended to give relevant name. So this is the auth slash, that's why we are using here auth, and the login because we are using here login method name. So yeah, it's a highly recommend guys that you can use this name as a second parameter, or maybe after slash endpoint. Okay, and now so it will act as a action type. All right guys, so remember this, async. Here we need to provide action user data, and then we'll use here try catch block. If you get any error, then I will console it. So catch error, error. No need to throw the error. Let's console here. Let's use here data instead of response, and await Axios. We have installed Axios. Await why I'm not able to use this await? Okay, await Axios dot post. First we need to provide here base URL. So what I'm gonna do is let's import base URL from API file. Base URL. I haven't exported this. Let's see. Yeah, so let's export it. Base URL. Then let's define here endpoint auth and sign in, and let's give here user data. Now inside local storage dot set item, we need to set JWT token. So data dot JWT and return data. That's it. So our login method is ready. Now let's copy this and let's write our sign up method. Login sign up register. So I will change here from login to register. User data will be same. It's gonna be also post method, and instead of sign in here I need to give sign up. Okay, and other thing will be same. Also let's console here, so that whenever it's successful sign up and successful login, we can check in our console browser inspect. Maybe let's console here, console.log, or maybe let's write login success, and let's write here data. Now let's console here register success. Let's write here data. That's it. So this is our login method. Now let's write logout method as well. Local storage dot clear. Okay, now there is one more method, get user profile. Get user profile. So here I need to change get user profile. Let me, it's logout register, then auth get user profile. Also I need to change the endpoint here, auth instead of auth. Now it starts from API, then users profile. Okay, user profile success. And now we don't need to store token here. Return data. That's it. Now one more method, guys, we have, that is nothing but get all users, or maybe get user list. Okay, get user list. So let's write here get user list, get user list. And let's change the endpoint here, API users. It's a very now here we need to change the type as well. Also guys, here we need to change the type get, and one more thing, we need to use here now API. Okay, so if we use API, then we don't need to use here base URL, because we are using Exos instance. One more thing, we need to set header, auth header, set auth header, JWT and API. Now JWT will come from here, so let's provide here JWT. Since it is a get method, we don't need to provide here body. Alright, Now let's go to here. Here also we need JWT. It is get method, so we don't need to provide the body here. Let's set first a header, JWT and API. Now guys, where this set auth header comes from, so let me show you that. Here you can see we have defined one method set auth header inside API. Right, so this method we are going to use here. Now let's go to auth.slash get use list. Okay, it's done. Now here we need to use api.get, and we don't need to provide this base URL now, just provide endpoint. Also we don't need this, so let's remove it. User list success. Now const auth slice equal to create slice. Okay, so for creating auth slice we need to use create slice. Create slice will come from a Redux toolkit. You can say Redux toolkit. Now guys, inside Redux what happen, we'll use reducer for in separate file. We'll write reducer in separate file, but inside Redux toolkit we'll write all the action in one file and reducer also in the same file. That means not reducer but auth slice. We will call it auth slice. Will not call reducer inside the Redux toolkit. Whenever we use Redux toolkit, that time we'll call it slice instead of reducer. So now here we need to provide initial state. So what is this name? Guys, whatever name here you are using, that name you need to use here. Okay, see here, then here, or whatever thing have you use here, that name you should give here, else it will not work. Now let's define here initial state. Initial state, user will be null, logged in false, loading false, error by default null, JWT null, and user list, so users will be empty. Now reducers, reducers, extra reducer, and builder here we'll use this builder dot add case. Okay, now same like switch case we are using inside Redux. Okay, there we will give first type and payload, and here also let's directly you can give login dot pending. Okay, use here method name guys. First builder dot add case, and here we need to use method name dot pending dot success and failure, fulfilled and rejected. Okay, for the success we have fulfilled, and for failure we have rejected. So this 3 stage we need to handle. So let's do this. State and from here we'll change our state dot loading. Loading will be true. State dot error equal to null. We don't like this. Okay, again now add case. Login dot fulfilled. This time we'll use fulfilled. And state and action. State dot loading. Now loading will be false because we have get the response from our server. And state dot JWT equal to action dot payload dot JWT. Action dot payload dot JWT. Okay, state dot logged in equal to true. And the third case is rejected. Add case here, login dot rejected. We need to handle this rejected as well. Inside rejected we'll get the error. Okay, so now state dot first loading. State dot loading we'll need to make it false. Then state dot error action dot payload. Okay, or maybe action dot error dot message, like this. Not payload but action dot error. So if we use here action dot error, then what we need to do is let's go to here and we need to throw here error. Okay, throw error dot response dot data dot error. Let's copy this, provide it to all. Get user profile, and okay, that's how we need to throw the error inside catch block, and then we can access this here. Add cache not apply. Okay, now same thing guys, we need to write for all. So let's copy this and go to here. Instead of login, what I'm gonna do here, register dot pending state loading true, error null, inside fulfill loading false, JWT payload dot JWT logged in true, and inside rejected this. Okay, now let's write for get profile. So control D, get user profile. So this is this will be same, this will be same, this is also same. Now instead of JWT, what I need to do is here state dot user equal to action dot payload and logged in true. Okay, and this will be same. Now for the get user list, so control D, get user list, this will be same, and here we need to change instead of JWT, here I need to state dot users equal to action dot payload. Okay, and this will be the same. All right, now let's write for logout. I don't think okay, let's write for logout success. Add case logout dot fulfilled states. What we are gonna do is here state dot user equal to null, state dot error equal to null, or let me copy this all initial value and provide there. State dot user equal to null, state dot JWT equal to null, state dot users equal to this, state dot error equal to null. Okay, that's it. Let it be. All right, so our auth slice is ready now. Let's do one more thing. State dot is logged in. Logged in equal to false. Now let's export this. Export default auth slice dot reducer. Okay, now this auth slice reducer we are going to use in store. So let's register here auth and auth slice. That's it. That's it. Auth slice. Or maybe we can write here auth reducer as well. Okay, or you can write auth slice as well, no problem. Okay, so guys, our auth slice is ready. Now same thing we need to do for task submission slice and task slice. Okay, so let's create task slice first. Task slash dot js. Export const fetch tasks. Okay, create async trunk, as you all know that, and here I'm going to use task and fetch tasks. So this should be same. Yeah, fetch task to avoid any kind of error. async status finite sort by created. Okay, we are not gonna sort it. Also we need to set header here, set auth header. So let's give here a local storage dot get item JWT and API. Let's import this API. Okay, now let's use try catch block. Inside this try catch const data equal to await API dot get. Here I need to provide API tasks and params. Status like this. Okay, this is done. Now let's return it. Return data. And let's console fetch tasks data. That's it. And here also let's console error. And throw error dot response dot data dot error. Let's copy this, paste it over here. Now instead of fetch task, let's write fetch users task. Okay, this fetch task is for admin. They can fetch all the tasks. Now here only users task will be fetched. So fetch users tasks. Fetch users tasks. I hope that will be same. Yeah. Now just I need to provide I need to change the endpoint is user, and all this thing will be same. Fetch users task. Okay, done. Fetch task by ID now. Control V. Fetch task by ID like this. Okay, this will be same, and here I need to change the endpoint just. So what I'm gonna do is let me use like this. Task, then task ID. So this task ID will come from here. Task ID. And here we don't need to provide this params. Fetch task by ID. Okay, and that's it. Now let's write for create task. All these are guys a get method, but now create task will be post method. No worries. Let's copy this. Create task. Create task. Task, and here I need to give create task. Create tasks. Create task. This should be same. Yeah, it's same. Now here I need some data, or maybe let's take directly task data in object format. Okay, so I need to provide here body task data, and let's write here create a task API task, and it should be post method, of course. So let's change this as well, and I guess that's it. That's enough. Now let's write a method for update task. So what should I do? Copy this, paste it over here, right here, update task. Here also let's change update task, then API tasks, and here I need to provide ID. Okay, ID and updated task data, updated task data, updated, and here I need to provide updated task data. Okay, let's give here updated task. Okay, and instead of post mapping, now it will be put method, and yeah, that's it. Assign task to user. So let's copy this, assign task to user. Assign task to user. Okay, and let's copy this name and paste it over here. Alright, and now let's make changes inside the endpoint. So first we need to provide API, then tasks, then task ID. Okay, let's change here task ID and user ID. Okay, let's give here task ID, task ID. Now we need to provide here user as well. So let's provide user and user ID. User ID should be like this, and here assign. Assign task and data. Okay, now let's write one method for delete. Now control Z, Alt Shift F. Let's copy this, paste it over here. Delete task. Oh, delete task, and here also need to change delete task. Now let's change endpoint and method. So it's gonna be delete method. Okay, let's change the endpoint. So API task, and then we need to provide ID. and that's it. So let me remove this and give a task ID. Okay, and here let's return ID, actually task ID, and let's write here delete task delete successfully. Okay, and now let's write the task slice. Const task slice equal to create slice name will be task initial state tasks, then loading false, and error null, task details. It will be also by default null. Why name is coming like this? Okay, I can't use here equal to instead of this comma. Task details and users task. Okay, now initial state is ready. So task, this task is for guys admin, loading by default false, error by default null, task details, any one task details, and this user task. Okay, now let's reducer, extra reducer, builder. Now let's use this builder. Add the case. Okay, fetch task dot pending. If it is pending, then what changes I need to made in state? So state dot loading will be false, true. State dot error will be null. Okay, that's it. Now what if is fulfilled? Add case dot fetch task dot fulfilled. Okay, I need to use here like this. Fetch task dot fulfilled state action state dot loading equal to false, and state dot tasks equal to action dot payload. Tasks. Okay, so we need to change this all task. Currently is all task is empty array. Okay, but now it will fill with the tasks which are coming from server or our database. That's it. Now let's write for fetch task dot rejected. Okay, what if our request is rejected? Then we need to provide here error. So state dot error equal to action dot error dot message, and we need to take action from here. Then we need to set loading false. So let's copy this and paste it over here. All right, so this is the done. Now let's write for fetch user tasks. Okay, so I will copy this 3, paste it over here, go to here, fetch task. Let's control D, fetch users task dot pending. Okay, now let me check. Okay, it's done. This will be the same, but here instead of task, now I need to change the users task. I guess user task. Let's see, users task. Yeah, users task equal to action dot payload, action dot payload. Okay, and it's gonna be same. Now let's write for create new task. So control V, and inside fulfilled let's write, okay, let's control, oh my god, what is this? Fetch tasks. Okay, create task. Okay, and what I need to do is, let me remove this, state dot task dot push. Here I need to use push action dot payload. Okay, new created task I will push inside this tasks. And this will be the same. Now update task. So let's copy this. Instead of create, let's write here update task fulfilled. Now what I need to do is I need to change it, update task. Okay, let's first destructure here, updated task action dot payload. Okay, this is our updated task. Now state dot task state dot task dot map task and task dot id equal to guys, I will make you understand first. Let me finish this. So updated task dot id task and updated task and task. Okay, so what I have done here, let me first structure it. Yeah, here I will say I will change state.task to state.task.map. Okay, task, if task.id equal to updated task, means this task id will be same, then replace that task with updated task. You can see all the tasks, this task is here and updated task is here. Else return this task. Okay, so it will overlap, or instead of, you can just return updated task as well, but let's return update like this. So it will make changes, it will override the properties. Okay, now let's write for assign task and delete task. Okay, let's copy this, paste it over here. Instead of updated task, assign task to user. I need to write here assign task to user. Assign task to user. Or I have made a mistake here, maybe. Okay, fulfilled. And updated task action.payload, state.loading equal to false, state.task, state.task.map, task.id equal to updated task.id, then task and updated task and task. Okay, so yeah, that's the same thing. We no need to change anything else. Now why we need to replace this task? So guys, whenever this assigned task to user method will trigger, it will change the status of task. Okay, that means the task was updated. If you can see currently, if this task status is pending, then when this method will trigger, it will change the status pending to assigned. So that's why we need to replace this task with existing task. Now let's write add the case for a delete task. So let me write here, instead of update, let's write a delete task. Delete task dot fulfilled. What happen if you fulfilled? So now instead of map, we need to apply here filter method. Okay, we need to filter deleted task. So task.id not equal to action dot, or maybe let's write here deleted task, so you will be understanding better. Let me remove this, no need to do this. Action dot payload. Okay, inside payload we are returning id when we delete something. So let me show you this. Here you can see we are returning the task id, so that task id will filter here. Okay, now let's export default task class dot reducer. Now let's go to store and provide here now task. So task reducer, task class. Okay, now one more slash guys we have, and that is nothing but submit task. Fetch all submission, fetch submission by id, accept or decline. So I guess 3 or 4 method we have inside this. Okay, let's create it. Submission slash .js. Const export const, then submit task equal to create async thunk submissions. Okay, submissions, then submit task. Now let me go to here, async and task ID GitHub link. Okay, GitHub link. There's 2 things we need for submit any task. Let's add the auth header here. First we need to provide JWT, so local storage.get item JWT, and the second thing we'll need to provide is API. So let's write here API. Let's create a try catch block here. Const, let's destructure the data. Await API dot post slash API submissions task ID we need to give. So let's give task ID here. Then we need to give GitHub link, so GitHub link. Okay, let's provide here GitHub link. I guess that's it. And since it is a post method, we need to provide here body. There is nothing inside our body, but we need to provide empty. So let's return this data now, and console submitted task. Okay, let's console data, and let's console if we encountered any error, then let's console it here, catch, and let's throw the error. Throw error. Let's go to here, copy this, paste it over here, and let's copy this. Now instead of submit, fetch all submission. Fetch all submission. So let's write here, fetch all submission, fetch all submissions, and let's copy this, provide it here. Okay, now for the fetch submission, we don't need any input data from user, and instead of post mapping, it will be get method. Let's change the endpoint as well. So submissions only we need to give here submissions. That's it. fetch all submissions. But I don't think we'll use this fetch all submission because we need only submissions to related any task. Fetch submission by task ID. Okay, so let's copy this. Fetch submissions by task ID. So let's copy this. Let's paste it over here, and here we need to provide task and task ID. This task ID will come from here, so as a parameter, task ID. Okay, API submissions task ID. That's it. That's enough. Oh, here we are not returning anything. Why? Okay, we are returning data. Here also we are returning data. It's gonna be get method. Now let's write for accept and decline. Okay, I need to copy this. Accept decline submission. Accept decline submission. Now let's copy this. Control V. Accept decline submission. What are the things I need? ID and status. Okay, which task you want to accept and you want to decline or accept, that status we need to provide here. So let's change the method first. It's gonna be put method because we are changing the status of any task, any submissions. And let's change the endpoint as well. Here we need to provide the submission ID. So submission ID will be ID status equal to, let's provide here status. Okay, accept decline. Accept task. All right, I guess that's it. Okay guys, now I am tired to writing all this code, so I'm gonna copy code for submission slice. Please don't mind guys, I will explain it. Don't worry, I will explain it. So let's import this first, create slice. Okay, so const submission slice equal to create submission create slice, then name we need to provide submission. Let control F here, accept decline. Okay, after this name, initial state we need to provide submissions. It's by default empty. Status, oh, idle. What is this status? Okay, let it be error null. Let's status remove this error null. Extra reducer builder.addGuess submit task. Okay, when it will be pending, we need to change set.status loading. Status, acha, that's the status. So status succeed failed succeed. Okay, let it be. So we'll make the status loading. When it's fulfilled, that time we'll make status succeed, and submission dot post action dot payload. Okay, whatever new submission we get will push inside this submissions array. Then if we encountered rejected, then status will be failed and this error message. Now fetch all the submission. So fetch all the submission. That time what we are gonna do is we'll state dot submission equal to action dot payload, means change the submissions state. Okay, and if it is failed, then status will be failed and action dot error dot message will provide. Fetch submission by task ID. Okay, whenever it gets succeed, submissions state will be changed. Okay, accept or decline. So at that time we need to replace this updated submissions. So state dot submission dot map item dot id not equal to let me alt z alt shift f wait. Okay, item dot id not equal to action dot payload, then return item, else return action dot payload. So it will replace the updated submission with old submissions. Okay, because here whenever this accept or decline submission method will trigger, it will change the status of that submission. So we need to update the that submissions in our store. So that thing it will do. Okay, great. All right, now what we are gonna do is, guys, we have write all the slice and also configure the store. Now it's time to use this method and make our project functional. But before that, we need to register this submission slice with our store. So let's go to store and task. Here let's give submission and submission slice. Okay, perfect, बढ़िया. Now let's go to, first let's close all this. And let's search for home maybe, or task list inside the task card. Let's go to task list. Okay, let first fetch all the task. So const dispatch equal to use dispatch, use effect and dispatch fetch task, fetch all tasks, fetch task. So I need to go to task slice, fetch tasks. Okay, let's import this fetch tasks, all set F. And how I will access the store? So here actually task equal to use selector, and here I need to provide store and store. Okay, this use selector will provide whole store, but from that store I want only task. Which task? Let me show you that as well. Let's go to store this task. Okay, if you want only auth, then you can write only auth. If you want only submission, then you can write submission. Okay, now let's console task and task. Let's go to our front end part, refresh it once, and here you can see we didn't wrap our application with the provider, so we need to provide whole store to our app. So let's go to and do this index.js. Here we need to provide this app with provider. Provider will come from Redux toolkit. Actually React Redux. It will come from React Redux because that's the bridge between our Redux and React application. Now here we need to provide the store. So let's provide the store. I haven't exported the store. Let's see. I have a Redux toolkit store. Okay, now let's refresh it once and see there are no any error. Let's go to console. You can see task cannot structure property status of undefined as it is undefined. Oh my god, what is this? Okay, no problem. Okay, let's go to here. Let's go to home, task list, dispatch, fetch task. So I need to go to fetch task. Let's go to task slash fetch task facing status. Okay, I didn't provide the status, so let's go to task. Let me provide here empty object, and now it should work. Let's refresh it once. Oh, I got the error. What is it? Of course, we need to provide internal server error during it. Here we have profile. Oh, it's a profile error. Alright guys, so yeah, first we need to log in. That's why it's giving us error. So what I'm gonna do is, let's go to here, let's copy this three thing. Let's go to app.js and let's provide it here instead of task. Now let me write here take here auth. Let's import this use dispatch. Also let's import this use selector, use effect, fetch task, and let's copy this and get profile, get user profile. Okay, get user profile. Let's go to, I guess I need to provide here a JWT token. So let's go to again auth slice, get user list and get user profile. Of course we need to provide here JWT. So local storage get item JWT or auth.jwt. Okay, auth.jwt. If JWT present inside auth means inside our store, then use that JWT. If it is not, then use local storage JWT. Whenever auth.jwt change, you need to trigger all this method again. Okay, that's why we have given the dependency. After giving the dependency, what I need to do is I need to check auth.user. If auth.user, then show this, else show the this auth page. Now let's go to auth page, and here inside sign in, first let's go to sign in, handle submit. Okay, let's dispatch here first. Let's define dispatch, const dispatch equal to use dispatch. Const. Now dispatch, it's a login, right? So I need to give you a login method, and inside this I need to provide form data. That's it. Okay, let's go to here and let's try to login with code with Josh. Let's log in, and yeah, you can see we have successfully logged in. Now let's go to here, and you can see login success here. Okay, and user profile success as well. Here you can see. Now let's go to first navbar, navbar.jsx alt z. Instead of this dummy username, let's use here auth.user full name maybe. Okay, let's go to web.js. Let's copy this. And let's use this auth.full name. And of course I need to make it secure. If it is null, then it won't give any error. Okay, now code with chose is here. Let's see, now we've get all this task or not. Fetch tasks. You can see we have 3 tasks. So let's make it dynamic as well. Let's go to task list. Now guys, we have get the task. Fetch task. Inside task, tasks. See, task inside tasks. So we have this task like this, task, and inside this task we have tasks. Okay, now you will be able to see only 3 tasks. Okay, now let's see and check what are the properties. Title, description, image. Okay, title, description, and image we have. So let's go to task card, go to definition. It should take here item. Let's provide it item, and let's go to here. Let's change the image, make it dynamic. Alt Z, remove this image, item dot image. and this title item dot title, and this description item dot description. Okay, first let's see. Okay, it is working fine. Title, item, and description. One more thing, this angular, that means that is a tag. So currently you can see we have empty tag. Oh, why I don't have any tags? Here I have 2 tags. Okay, no problem. Let's go to here and item dot tags. Let's write here item. Let's close this. See, in the first task I don't have any tags, but here I have this 2 tags. Okay, so get task is ready. Now when I click on assign, it should be empty because I don't have assign task and not assign. Not assign is all this, but I don't have assign task, so it should become empty. So let's do this. What I'm gonna do is first I need to access this assigned. Okay, no problem. We'll do this. Give me just 1 minute, guys. Let's go to task lists. So const location equal to use location, will use here use location. Okay, then const query params equal to new URL search params location dot search filter value equal to query params dot get. Okay, that's how we'll access this, guys. You can see we have filter keyword, so we'll use here this keyword filter, and we can access the value of this, means assigned. So let's do this. Alright, now what I'm gonna do is I want to give dependency here. Whenever filter value get changed, you need to dispatch this action again, and let's provide here filter value status filter value. Okay, let's go to here. Currently you see assigned. If I give assigned, there is no task with the assigned status. With the done, I have this 1 task, not assigned, this 2 task, and home, all this task. Okay, so our filter value is working perfectly fine. One more thing, guys, and that is what is this? Let me show you. Let's go to here, go to user profile. Why this so much? Okay, you can see here we have a role admin currently. So what we are gonna do is if auth, I don't have auth here, so let me provide it. if auth.user.role equal to this role admin, then you need to fetch this. Else fetch here user's task, only user's task, not all task. Okay, and also let's provide this. To this. Okay, so that's the finish. Now let's create new tasks. So let's go to here, create task, handle submit. Where it is, handle submit. First let me define some const dispatch equal to use dispatch. Now let's go to handle submit. Here dispatch create task, and I need to provide here form data. Okay, let's check it is working or not. Title I will give create e-commerce website, and image, let's choose one image from here. So for the e-commerce, what I'm gonna do is let's go. Let's use this online payment. Copy image address. Let's go to here, provide here description, use latest technology to create this website. Okay, let's choose the tags Angular, then Spring Boot, and also let's use React and Python as well. Okay, let's set the deadline, and let's click on the create, and you can see our task is created successfully. When I refresh it, still it will be there. Okay, so create task is ready. Now let's create one more task. So title create trading platform like Upstock or Grow. Okay, platform. So guys, soon we are gonna, this project will come for create trading platform. Okay, so let me search here first, trading platform, or maybe just trading Upstock Grow chart. Okay, let's use anyone from this. Which is better? This is better, or this? I guess this is better. Let's use this. Copy image address. Let's go to here, provide this description. This website should be fully responsive. Okay, let's give tag. So tag Node.js, Vue.js and Python. Let's okay, let's create. You can see our task is created. All right, now let's work on delete task. Whenever I click on this delete, it should be deleted. Currently you can see it's not deleted. So let's go to task card, and should I have here okay, handle delete I have already. Let me go to up little bit and provide here dispatch equal to use dispatch. Let's go back, go down, and dispatch delete task. Okay, inside delete task, what I need to give? So let's go to slash task slash where it is now bar sign in auth control P. Task slash delete task. See what I need to provide here. Task ID I need to provide. Okay, let's go to task card. Item.id I need to provide here, and that's it. Let's refresh it once and let's delete this. Let's try to delete it. Oh, it's deleted successfully. Let's see. Okay, now assign user and see submissions and edit. Okay, so let's check edit is working or not. First let's edit. So let's go to here, control P, edit task form, and const dispatch equal to use dispatch. Use dispatch. One more thing I need is task, I guess. Find task by ID. Okay, so use selector. And let's use effect task ID. Dispatch get or find, I guess. Fetch task by ID. Okay, here I need to provide the task ID. So what I'm gonna do is task, I said it's not defined. Yeah, I know. Use selector. So store, and we need to return here store. Okay, so whenever I click on this edit, here task ID should be there. Like you can see, if I click on edit, the task ID is here. See, that's how. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's go to sidebar and this thing. Copy this. Go to task card. Handle open update task model. Where is sidebar? Oh, sidebar is gone. Okay, no problem. Let's write here updated params const updated params equal to location dot actually new URL search params location dot search new or I don't have location, so let's define your location. Location equal to use location actually. Now let's define navigate as well. Use navigate. Okay, and I need to set here ID. Which ID? Task ID. Let's see it's working or not. Okay, let's use new. Task ID is undefined. Item.id. Whenever I close, or maybe I don't think I need this. Let me remove this. Okay, so handle open, handle close. Set this. Where is the update? Let's use here item as well, and let's give okay item, and let's go to down item.id. item.id. We don't need this. Let's see we get the find task by ID or not. Yeah, fetch task by ID. What we are getting here? This task. If I refresh, still I get or not? Yes, I'm getting. Now what should I do? Let's write one more use effect. Item. Whenever task dot task id, let's say task details, task.task details. Let's copy this. Let's go to our task card. Actually not task card, edit form. Okay, whenever task detail will change, that time we need to trigger methods which are inside this use effect. Okay, so which method we'll put here? Set, first we'll check if task details, then set form data task detail. Sorry, task details. All set F. What is this? All set F. Okay, now let's go to here, close this and open edit form. So strange. I guess this is the task detail is null. So let's check task list, actual task slice, fetch user task, fetch task, fetch, create task, update task, assigned. We haven't tried the method for fetch task by ID, so let's write it one. Let's copy this, paste it over here. Fetch task by ID, okay, fulfilled, and task details equal to action dot payload, maybe. Yeah, guess. And there you go. See, it's working perfectly fine. Okay, now let's go to here, update task form, edit task form, handle submit, where it is here. So I need to dispatch update task. What should I pass here? Let's check for the update task. Delete task, update task, ID and updated task data. So let's copy this. Let's go to here, item.id and form data. Okay, and create trading platform. Let's remove this and check it is working or not. Also let's change the tag Node.js and let's change the deadline. Let's update it. Create trading platform. You can see it's working perfectly fine. Name is changed and tag is also changed. It's changed or it's created new. create trading platform. Okay, there is one problem, guys. We need to resolve it. So what I'm gonna do is, let's go to task card. Let's do this. Let's go to sidebar. Task card. Const handle remove task ID params. Okay guys, so what I'm doing here is wait, let me fix this, then I will tell you. Okay, what I'm doing here, you can see whenever I click on anything, edit, so create trading platform like Upstock is coming. Okay, when I click on here, create trading platform like Upstock, my last task is getting fetched here. Okay, it's not changing. You can see create trading platform, it's not changing. That's why what we need to do is let me try once more. Then item.id, you can see here I'm giving here item.id. Since it is not working, still it's not working. Okay, so what I will do here is, whenever I click on any edit, I will set the task ID here. See 102, if I do this 103, if I do this 104. Okay, and now I will get this ID. So how I will get this ID? Let's go to here, copy this two line maybe. Let's go to edit task form. And let's provide it on top. Location I don't have, so let me define here location as well. Use location. Use location. Okay, filter value, as instead of here I will write task ID, and here also I will give task ID. Okay, and now instead of using here item.id, where I'm using item.id, here you can see I'm using item.id. Instead of this I will use here task ID. Okay, here also I will use task ID. And yeah, now let's check and see it's fine or not. Edit, so create e-commerce website. Okay, this time it's open for create e-commerce website. Now let's check for this create e-commerce website. Still for create e-commerce website, I don't think still it's working. Okay, one more thing here, I need to give task ID. Okay, whenever task ID will change, fetch task by ID again, I'm telling that. Now create e-commerce website, Let's close this. Why it's not closing? Okay. Okay, let me refresh it once. I guess it's creating too much issue. Now let's edit. See, create trading platform. Now if I open, you can see car rental website. And now if I open, create e-commerce website. And now see, create trading platform like Upstock. Okay, so now let's change this to which website we need to give now. Okay, let's copy this. Inventory, maybe. Let's search for inventory. Inventory. Copy image address. Inventory management. Okay, let's copy this image at guess not. Copy image address. Let's go to here. Change the website. Image. Now change the name. Create inventory management system. Okay, let's change the tag Spring Boot and Vue.js. Change the deadline as well. Let's update. See, create inventory management system. It's working perfectly fine now. All right. Okay. So now what we are gonna do is let's go to and assigned user. Okay, now let's complete the assigned user task. So let's do this. Let's go to my VS Code and user list, maybe. Yeah, user list component. Okay, here what I'm gonna do is first let me define your dispatch equal to use dispatch. I need to import this, then use effect, and get user list. Okay, so dispatch get user list. Let me import this use effect. User list. I don't think I need to provide anything inside this method, but still let me check. Okay, I need to provide JWT. Okay, let's provide it. So JWT local storage dot get item JWT. Okay, that's it. Now let's access the user list from store. So use selector. I need to provide store store. Okay, and I guess here spell mistake const will be there. Const will be there. Okay, now let's go to here and task. Instead of task, let me write here auth dot users dot map. Okay, and here I need to provide full name. So item dot full name, item dot full name dot split by space dot join by this. Okay, and 2 lowercase. That's it. Okay, now let's go to here assigned user. You can see Ram, Pablo, code with Josh, code with Josh, code with Josh. Oh my god, there are 2 code with Josh. Okay, no problem. Now let's go to new incognito type, a localhost, and let's sign in with Ram's account. Ram 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, I guess Ram have a role admin. Okay, so let's log out this. Okay, we haven't implemented the logout method yet, so let's do this. Let's go to sidebar, handle logout. Where is our handle logout? Handle change, handle logout. Okay, dispatch. Dispatch logout. Let's define the dispatch method here. And yeah, I guess that's it. Let's go to and click on logout. Yeah, it's logged out. When I refresh, still it's there. Now let's log in with or maybe let's create new account. Okay, so we haven't implement this register, so let's go to register form, or maybe signup.jsx. Let's define here dispatch equal to use dispatch, and on submit dispatch register, and let's give here form data. That's it. Let's create new account. So new account will be, let's give it name Shyam, email will be Shyam @gmail.com, and let's give password, and role will be user. Let's click on the registered. It's register Shyam. Let's go to here, let's check user, user list success, not user list. Register success. Where is the register success? User profile success. Role customer. It has a role customer. Okay. Now let's go to task list, and why it's coming. We have given here security. You can see if auth.user.role equal to role admin, then only fetch this fetch task, else fetch users task. Okay, so let's go to here and check fetch users task 0. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is here let's give if auth.user.role equal to role admin, then show this, else copy this, so this. Okay, instead of task, let's write here users task, user tasks, and let's see inside the auth slash, maybe no, task slash users task. See, users task. So let's go to again task list, task list, not use list, it's a task list, task slash control P, task list, users task, like this. Okay, now it should work. Let me refresh it once. See, currently it doesn't have any task. Okay, let's go to here and assign one task to, first let me refresh this, assigned user, this okay, select. So let me go to here and user list, on select button, let's give here on click, assigned task to user, handle assign task, handle assign task. Here I need to provide item. Okay, that's defined here. Let's write here handle assign task, handle assign task, and will receive here user ID, actually user. Okay, let's dispatch assign to user. Okay, two things we need to provide here. Let's go to and check task slice. assigned update fetch mode fetch last assign task user. See here, task ID and user ID we need to provide. So let's go to user list, user ID, user dot ID, and task ID, item dot ID. Which ID? Oh, there is no ID. Okay, so what we are gonna do is let's go to update edit task form, and actually task card, handle open update task model. Okay, so this, let me move here. Okay, let me why it's giving one error, item is not defined. Okay, guys, so whenever, let me go to here, comment it out. Whenever I click on assign user, okay, that task should be task ID should be go here or maybe set here, just like this edit. So when I click on edit, you can see task ID set here, edit, so 102. When I click on this, 104. Okay, just like this. So same behavior I want inside the open, same behavior I want inside which method. So let me check. Inside update task form, no. Handle open submission list, yes, inside submission list as well. So let's provide here as well. And inside handle open user list, handle open user list. So see here as well. Let me close. Assign user, you can see 102. Now let's access this task ID, How can I access inside this model? So let's go to edit form. Here, this task ID, this 3 line I will copy and paste inside user list. So let's go to here, I'll paste it over here. Let's import this use location. Okay, now I have the task ID. So instead of this item.id, I will use here task ID. Okay, and it will work perfectly fine. So now let me refresh it once and assign user. Let's assign to Syam, select, and let's go to assigned. Okay, I don't have any. Let's go to home again. Let's click and let's check, inspect, assign task. So assigned user ID 153. Great. Why assigned is not here? It's a pending. Okay, let's check the status. Assigned user ID, and what is the status of it? Why status is done here? Pending. Okay, we'll change it later. First, let's go to our user account from here. Let's refresh this, and you can see now we have this one, create inventory management system. When I click on here, here should open a submit task model. Let's go to here. Let's copy this. Okay, syam@gmail.com. Okay, here a spell mistake. Syam will be like this. Okay, you can see you don't have any pending task. Why? Because it was done. See this, and this when I click on submit, this model should be open, description and GitHub. Okay, so let's go to here, to go to task card. Okay, you can see if role equal to, or maybe now here I need to give auth dot. Okay, I don't have auth, so let's go to here. Open. I don't have use selector here. Const auth equal to use selector, store and store. Okay, let's go to here. Here auth dot user dot role equal to role admin, then this, else let's copy this, actually this, edit, paste it over here. Let's write here submit handle open submit form. Submit form model. Okay, let's write for this as well. Let's go to here, handle open submission lists. So let me copy this 3. handle open control A. Handle open submit form model. Okay, open submit form model, handle open submit form model, handle close submit form model, set open submit form model false. All right, now what should I do? I need to create one submit form. For that, let's copy this, copy, submit form model.jsx, and here let me write submit. Okay, we don't need this tag, so let me remove this. Unnecessary change, guys, we are gonna remove. We need the GitHub link and description. GitHub link and description. Other image we don't need, and deadline also we don't need. And this select tag also we don't need. Handle change we need. This handle tag change we don't need. Handle deadline we don't need. This format we don't need. Handle submit, this we don't need. This deadline also we don't need. Now instead of update task, here we need to dispatch submit task. So let's go to task slice, maybe. Fetch task, submission, submit. Let's go to submission slice, submit task. Okay, submit task. What are the things I need to give here? Let's go to submission slice and check again. Task ID and GitHub link I need to give. Task ID and GitHub link. Okay. Task ID and GitHub link like this. So form data dot GitHub link, form data GitHub link. Okay, like this. Great. Now we don't need this autocomplete, so let me remove this. Handle deadline change, remove button, we need it. Description, image, no need for image. We need here GitHub link, so label GitHub link, GitHub link, GitHub link. Handle change, this description. Okay, now let's go to task card and call here submit form, submission form, submission card. What is this? Submission lists, submit form model. I need to change the name. Submit task form, submit form model. Okay, let's go to here, submit form model, item. Actually, I don't need to give here item. Open submit form model. Okay, then handle close, submit form model. That's it. Let's go to and check here, submit. When I click on submit, oh, this website should be fully responsive and GitHub link. Okay, so one more thing I need to remove is from the submit form. Let's go to here. We don't need now this use effect, so let's remove this. Okay, I guess it's working perfectly fine. Submit task. So let's give the GitHub link, code with Josh, and description. Task finished. Let's submit. Let's inspect, check. Task is submitted or not. Let's close. Let's try it once again. Submit. Okay, let's check inside our admin. Home. See submissions. No submission. Actually not here. See submission. Let's go to and fetch all the submissions. So what I'm gonna do is let's go to submission lists. Dispatch equal to use dispatch, use effect, dispatch fetch all submissions by task ID. Task ID. Okay, task ID. I need to provide here task ID. Okay, so let's go to submit model, maybe. And copy this 3 line, maybe 4. Okay, no need to do this. All right, now submission list. So const submission equal to use selector. And What next? Let's check it's working or not. So let me close this. See submissions. I need to fetch task by ID. Submission model submission slash. Let's go to submission slash. It is done. Fetch all submission console submitted task. Why it's not giving me any output? Okay, it's gave task but not. Fetch submissions by task ID. Submission slash. Yeah, console submitted. API submissions. Fetch all submissions. We don't need to provide here because it's a get method. Okay. Fetch task by ID, fetch tasks, user success list. This whole thing I don't need. What I want is fetch submission by task ID. Submissions and submission. Let's open inspect. Okay guys, so problem with this line number 45. Here you can see I have written API like this, but I need to put this API outside of this bracket or maybe parenthesis. Okay, that's why this method not being called. Now let's go to submission list. Submission list. Okay, and now I don't need this. It's triggered. And here I given task ID like this, so I need to give submission slash and task ID like this. Okay, yeah, now let's check. Now it should be fixed, so let me inspect, and one more thing, let me do this. Yeah, let's go to console, and here you can see catch error. It's from submission slash. What is saying? Inside response, inside data. Okay. Task is null. So let's go to here, submission slash submission list, and make it secure. So here I will tell if task ID, only then call this method, else don't call. Okay, and whenever a task ID will change, it will trigger this this method again. So let's go to here now, and let's inspect. and let me refresh it. Okay. Task slash task and user list. Why all these are coming? Task. Okay, so let me first remove the console. I have already commented out here, but still, let's go to task list and here let me remove this. Okay, now let's refresh it once and check. Okay, only user list here. Now let's check submissions are called or not. See submission. So you can see here submitted task here we are getting, and GitHub link status is pending, and submission time you can see. Also task ID you can see here and user ID. All right, so let's use this here inside our submission list. Submission. Okay, now let's go to submission slash and check what are the reducers. What is submissions? Okay, submissions and here also I need to give submissions. Okay, let's go to here. Yeah, one is coming, and let's give here now item equal to item submission card. Go to definition, and here we need to provide the link, GitHub link. So item dot GitHub link. Okay, let's go to here and let's change the submission time as well. Copy. Let's go to here. I guess submission time is here. Okay. And now what I'm gonna do is let's check. Here you can see we have true, but what I'm gonna do here, I'll write here item dot status equal to done sorry pending, then show this, else show that. Okay, now let me close this first. Okay, now let's trigger method for accepting and decline the submission. So what I'm gonna do here, const dispatch equal to use dispatch and here what should I write is accept decline submissions. Okay, and let's go to submission slice. Where is this method is here. So here I need to provide the ID, and which is this ID? It's a submission ID. Okay, and status. Actually here typo error, so let me remove one s, it's not double s, and here also I have made the mistake, so let me fix this as well. Okay, and inside the submit task, let's go to, and here also you can see I have made this mistake, so let me put it out here, API. Okay, this is also fine. Now let's fix this. This is also fine. Okay, now let's go to here and check the submissions. So when I click on this, let's see it is triggered or not. Accepted, it's coming accepted. Let's go to submission. Submitted task, status is still pending. Okay, no problem. Let me click it, click here again. Again it's accepted. Okay, let's go to and check what is the problem. Accept task. Okay, and yeah guys, give me just 1 minute. All right, now global storage is accepted, and let's go to task list. Actually not task list, it's a task submission list, submission card, I guess. Let me close this as well, submission card here. So handle accept decline. Okay, dispatch accept decline submissions, and here we need to provide ID and status. Okay, so let's provide ID will be item dot ID, maybe item dot ID, and status this. All right, now let's check. See, it's accepted, and even if I refresh, it will still being accepted. Okay, it will not change because now it's change in our database. Okay, so this is also done. Assign user is also done. Then submission also done. Now edit also done, and delete is working or no? I guess delete is also done. We have checked that. Now let's go to user side. So let me open incognito tab, localhost, and let's search for Syam @gmail.com 8, and let's log in. Syam @gmail.com, Syam, like this. Let's log in now. You can see we have this one task. Now let's do one thing. Let's go to here. Let's assign this task. Okay, assigned user to Syam. Let's click here and let's go to here. Let's refresh this. You can see that task was assigned to Syam. Now let's submit task. So GitHub link, let's provide a GitHub link, finish project. Okay, let's click on the submission and let's go to here, see the submission. Okay, no submission found. Let's refresh it. Let's see now submission. You can see we got this submission right now. Okay, let's do one more submission. Okay, so this time let me give this e-commerce product data. Okay, and finish project, sorry, and let's submit this. Let's go to here, actually here. Let's refresh this. Let's open C submission and see we have 2 submissions. Okay, let's make it decline. Oh, even if I click on decline button, it being accepted. So let's see. Handle accept decline. So here we are giving declined. Okay, it's coming because of this. So let me write here item dot status equal to this accepted, then success, else give error. So let's give also here we need to change like a button name as well. So let me copy this. Then accept, else declined, accepted. Okay, so if item status is accepted, then show success color, else show the error color. And here also if item dot status equal to accepted, then show accepted, or maybe we can directly write here item dot status. Okay, let's go to here. You can see it was declined. Okay, and when I click on accepted, it's got accepted. All right guys, so I guess that's it. And one more thing, let's go to here and submission slice. So yeah guys, don't forget to change this. Before that I was writing API here, but we need to write API outside of this parenthesis. That's why it was not working, but now it will work perfectly fine. And let's go to here, and here also you can see I have changed. Okay, so make sure you can you will also change this in all the methods. Okay, else it will not work. All right guys, so that's it for this. And let me remove this commented out code I have written here because of testing purpose, but now testing is ticks, and it is working perfectly fine. Okay, now let's go back once, and you can see our whole project is now perfectly working fine. Okay, all the features we have built successfully. So yeah, our project is finished here, and now let's meet in the next project.